Explore the river and you'll find truth. Which path you take is up to you. Just bring your vision to life. Oh, give me a minute to speak this truth. You are the river and the river is you. Which path you take is up to you. Just bring your vision to life. Oh, so let us bring.
Well, kia ora koutou katoa. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Cook's Gardens here in Whanganui. You are tuned in to the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cook's Classic, this home of athletics here in New Zealand, with this stadium with so much legacy. It was 61 years ago that the famous world mile record was set at this track, with Peter Snell bringing that record down. I think it's down to 3:54, but ko Hayden Sherman, tako ingoa. It is great to have your company here from tropical Whanganui, where the weather has been good all summer long, except for the Colgate games a few weeks ago, and except for today, as you can see on your screens. It's a little bit overcast, the odd shower coming through, but thankfully the weather that has battered Auckland and the northern parts of New Zealand hasn't been too bad down here so far, so hopefully that wind, as you can see on your screens, will stay nice and light, and temperatures will be warm enough to see some great performances. And we have a fantastic line-up this afternoon heading into this evening. The key events later on today will be the men's and women's 1 mile New Zealand Championships, both in the seniors and also the under 20 mile championship. So we'll be handing out 4 sets of national titles and silver and bronze medals. So they're the key ones coming up later today. But before we get there, we've got plenty of action to roll through. So starting up this afternoon will be the triple jump, men and women. Out there on the runway, they are going through their warm-ups at the moment. You can see the marshals just getting things set, laying down the board, getting the sand pits ready to roll, and then we'll be running straight into the men's and women's 100 metres, and then the women's javelin, men's and women's 800, and then the New Zealand Masters 1 mile champs. And that'll wrap up the pre-meet program, and then we'll be back at 6:30, where we will have a host of Commonwealth Games representatives, medalists, coming back here, opening up their season here in Whanganui for their domestic season. So the likes of Tom Walsh, Hamish Kerr, set to go later this evening. Keely O'Hagan, the New Zealand long jumper, and then of course we roll on into those mile champs as well. So a lot to enjoy here from Whanganui. So ladies and gentlemen, your job at home, get excited, sit back, relax, and also hit that share button. Share this out to your friends, your whānau, your club mates. And as I like to say, let's get eyeballs on screen, because we are seeing the cream of the crop of domestic track and field here in New Zealand. And when we talk about hitting the peak of your season, we're starting to get into that peak time of the domestic season. Late January through to early mid-March is where New Zealand athletes peak. And this is where we'll see some of the best performances of the season, some lifetime best, some season's best, and of course, hopefully we'll see some New Zealand records on display as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're tuned into the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cook's Classic. My name is Hayden Sherman, and if you want to follow the results, you'll be able to catch the live athletic results. So just head over to live.athletic.net and you can scroll down and find the results for the Pak'N'Save Cook's Classic. and they will come through as we see them. So immediately from the track and as they come through from the field as well. So if you're wanting to keep on top of what's happening out there in Cook's Gardens, as it happens, that is the best way to do. Have one screen open with the action and then another screen open with the results feeding through. It's a great way to consume the action. And as you can see there's the man himself, the legend, who grew up just down the road. Actually, I came through Whanganui on the way from Taranaki down today. It was a bit blustery and windy up there. But that was the home of Sir Peter Snell, and he went on, of course, to train up in Auckland with Lydiard's boys out on the Waitaroas and in the Waitakere Ranges, built that strength, built that endurance of Lydiard's famous training techniques, and then came here and set the world mile record before going on to also set the 800 metre record and 80 yards record down in Christchurch. I doubt we'll see the world mile record set tonight, but we will definitely be seeing New Zealand's top middle distance runners in action, trying to claim national titles and set some big personal bests. This ground is renowned for setting people's mile personal bests, and for the men, ducking under 4 is that magic number. For the women, it's ducking under 4:30 is that magic time. And there's one of the local personalities and one of the men behind this event, and so we will shortly be going live with the first of our events, which is the triple jump, very soon. So as our athletes go through their final warm-ups, take off the tracksuits and put the spikes on, I can read through the start list of this women's triple jump competition, which will run at the same time as the men's. And as I say that, I'm just trying to scroll through and check the start list of that triple jump. Try and track it down. But the women's field, we've got Lara Hockley out of Hawera. So the short drive down from Hawera. Bernice Cullen, the 17-year-old. Anna Thompson, the, 3-time national champion. Undefeated domestically for the last 2 seasons. She will certainly be the one to watch, the 27-year-old out of Mana Athletics. We've got Jane Awunze from Auckland City. Lauren Terrell from Athletics Hawera. Hannah Collins from representing the New Zealand secondary schools team. She'll be wearing the silver fern of New Zealand. And Ellie Hurley-Langton from Palmerston North Athletics. We've got Sophie Hancock also from the New Zealand secondary schools team. Chloe Thompson from Athletics Hawera, and Juliet McKinlay from Palmerston North Athletics. So there's the start list on screen. Now, for those youngsters who will be wearing the New Zealand colours, it's a great initiative by the New Zealand Secondary Schools Association to basically reward the hard work and performances of the top performing New Zealand secondary schools athletes and say, hey, come and represent New Zealand in your domestic elite athletics competitions. Particularly as good initiative around the borders being closed with COVID, gave the secondary schools athletes a really good stepping stone after their high school performances to go on to that next level without the need to go overseas to things like World Juniors or Oceania Champs. So that is the reason you'll see a bunch of the younger athletes wearing the New Zealand colours, and definitely these meets are all about seeing the cream of the crop in New Zealand athletics, but also seeing the next generation trying to keep on their heels and keep those top guns nice and honest. So we'll be seeing the meeting of the two worlds. And let me try and go through the start list, see if we can track down these men's triple jump starters. And on screen there you can see the starting blocks for the 100 metres. Now that's set to kick off at 4:20, so they will go very, very shortly. All right, and there we go. There's the start list for the men's triple jump. So we've got 5 competitors lining up. Ethan Gow, Elliot Wills, Cody McPhail, Scott Thompson, the brother of Anna Thompson, and Luke Moffat. So 5 athletes starting in the senior men's triple jump competition. And for those who have tuned in wondering what this weather is doing, because thoughts go out to those in the northern parts of the North Island, particularly Auckland, who look like they've just got absolutely bucketed on over the last 24 hours. Hope you're staying dry up there. What is the weather doing here in Whanganui? Well, I can tell you the winds are pretty light coming out of the east at the moment. Temperatures are probably sitting around 20, 21 degrees, so not particularly hot. Not too cool either, and so far so good on the rain front, just the odd little spit coming from the sky. As you can see, the track's wet. There's been a bit of rain around here today, but hopefully we have timed it right and the skies are looking reasonably clear. And look, it's probably ideal conditions to be running a mile, you'd say. Whether it's ideal conditions to be doing a sprint, we will find out in a moment and see what those wind readings give us. It will be a tailwind for these athletes, which is one of the good signs, and hopefully that will be sticking equal to or below that 2 meters per second and blowing these athletes home as they get into their work in the 100 meters. So on screen there you can see the Javelin going through their warm-ups. So they will have a tailwind, that wind coming over their right shoulder. And we have a field of 5 athletes lining up in that women's Javelin. So if you've just tuned in to us, welcome along to the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cooks Classic. My name's Hayden Sherman. It's good to have your company here on a Saturday afternoon in Whanganui. We are waiting for action to get underway. First event in the field will be the men's and women's triple jump. There's been a slight delay as the officials just go through the plan of attack with the athletes. So we're just waiting for everything to get sorted down there on the runway, and it looks like there might be some sort of a technical delay there, so apologies for the delay in the action, but it is wonderful to have your company. And while there is a bit of a gap in the action, I'll give you a reminder of what's to come in this pre-meet program. So that's for the next hour and a half roughly. We have on the track, first of all, will be the women's and men's 100 metres. So they will kick off at 4:20 and 4:30 respectively. And then in the field we have the triple jump, and that's men's and women's, and the women's javelin. And then we'll come back at about 4:40 for the men's and women's 800 metres. And then the New Zealand mile champs, men's and women's, will be kicking off at 5 p.m. So that's the pre-meet program, and then we come back for the main event, which will kick off about 6:30. So make sure you set your alarms for that to be back on YouTube, back on the skysportnext stream from 6:30, and we'll be running through to about 4 minutes after 9 roughly, because that is when the senior men's 1 mile New Zealand championships will kick off at 9 o'clock, and we'll wait and see how many boys we can get under that 4-minute barrier, and also right before that the senior women's, see how many get under that 4:30 barrier in the senior women's mile champs as well. It is the first senior national titles that we'll be handing out in 2023. So this is a key event that a lot of athletes will have planned their summer around. Of course, massive feather in the cap if you can claim a New Zealand mile title. It really means a lot, especially on such a ground with so much heritage, dating back 61 years to that famous world record set at this ground 61 years ago yesterday, 27th January 1962. I believe it was 3:54.9 without having it right in front of me, but certainly moving. And then went on to go down to Christchurch and set the 880 yards world record along with the 800 record, which was set in the same race. So they had two timing systems set up. I think there's about 9 metres difference between 880 yards and 800 metres, something like that, and that was accounted for, and that New Zealand record for the 800 metres still stands 61 years on. Absolutely incredible. The mile record, of course, has been taken down, but the 800 metre record still stands, and it's one of the oldest national records across the globe, and it really shows the calibre of Peter Snell in his day to be running so fast on all sorts of different surfaces, wearing the most basic of running shoes. And when we think of the advancements that the running shoes have made over the years, and the advancements of the surfaces, just incredible to have that legacy here in New Zealand of Peter Snell. But here it is all about the here and now and the future of athletics. And so this is the 100 metres getting ready to roll. And so we're going straight, it looks like we're going straight into the women's heat. Well, these are timed finals, so they've been allocated by their seed times. And so first we've got the women's, which is first up, and we've got two finals, A and B. The A race will run first, and in that race we have Sasha Kilmeister, Shale Collette, Tamsin Harvey, Adera Collette, and Hannah Sanderlands. So really the the seniors versus the juniors. So the Collette sisters featured so prominently at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs, with Shay Eel taking out the 100 metres and her sister Adira taking out the 200 metres. And so they'll be lining up in lanes 3 and 5. And then Hannah Sandilands, she's been having a wonderful time in the long jump, and she should be running in lane 6, but I don't see her there at the moment, so she may be a scratching in this 100 metres. So it looks like it's just the 4 of them. All right, the A final is away here at the Cooks Classic at the Cooks Gardens, and we've got a good strong lead here from Shael Collette. Collette opening up the field now, and in second place Tamsin Harvey's finishing strong. Just inside of her was Adira Collette, so Shael Collette gets the early win, and it'll be interesting to see what these times and what the wind readings come through as for this first race here at the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cooks Classic for athletes tearing down the Cooks Gardens turf here in the 100 metres. And wonderful run from our New Zealand Secondary Schools 100 metre champ, taking out the win in the first race on the track this afternoon. As we click back to the triple jump, which has got underway. Great to see. And that is Bernice Cullen, 17-year-old, also who featured prominently at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs, which had weather not too dissimilar to this actually. It's been a wonderful summer in Taranaki, but not that weekend. It was bucketing down, and the athletes and the marshals and the volunteers and everyone did a great job of getting through that meet. 3 days where it rained and rained and rained. On screen here, Lauren Terrell, and just running through that one. Not quite nailing that approach to the board.
I can get it on 3 in some minutes, that means. I'll just stand across to my right and I'll get it. I'm right on the finish line.
Hannah Collins looking really powerful on her approach in the triple jump. Good series of phases through that triple jump, maintaining her momentum across each of the hop, skip and jump. And there are the results, so quick times, and it'll be fascinating to see what the wind reading was on that, because 11.74, that is very quick for Shael and also Tamsin Harvey. I wouldn't be surprised if they're approaching their personal best. Very quick, certainly season's best. So we'll do our best to try and get those wind readings, because I can tell you it's feeling pretty light out there. The flags are barely fluttering, but here is the lineup for this second B final. So the timed finals in the 100 metres. In lane 2, we've got Verda Kestrup, Alexandra Domansky, Paige Cromartie, Morgan Wilson, Juliet McKinley, and Lily Bing, who's better known as a pole vaulter. But here they go, the B final in the 100 metres here at the Pak'N'Save Cooks Classic. On the inside, it looks like Alexandra Domansky and Paige Cromartie. Here comes Paige Cromartie, finishing very strongly. Good speed endurance from Paige as she busts through the line, well clear of the field. Looks like in second place, Alexandra Domansky from the Wairarapa picked up second. But brilliant running from the local Paige Cromartie, from the 19-year-old out of Athletics Whanganui. Okay, here's Sophie Hancock on the runway in the triple jump. This is round one.
So, women's javelin about to start.
So there we go. There's the results of that B final. So Paige Cromartie dipping under that 13-second mark with that 12:18. Alexandra Domansky picking up a second, and Juliet McKinley coming through for third place. And then we can see the Javelin is underway, so we'll roll through the start list of that senior women's Javelin competition. And we have Maddie Wilson lining up in the Javelin, the 21-year-old out of Christchurch. Zoe Hall from Egmont Athletics. Orla Motley from South Canterbury. Liala Willman representing the New Zealand Secondary Schools team. And Maya Bartlett from Athletics Wairarapa. Orla Motley just 15 years of age, out of the South Canterbury team. Good to have her up in the North Island. As we click back to Cody McPhail, just 13 years of age from Hawera. Hawera has a great jumping culture. Just a few days ago, they hosted the Jumps to Music, which is one of the really, really cool community athletics events here in New Zealand. And it's a long jump and high jump competition. All the athletes get to choose their backing tracks, and there's always a theme to it, so they come dressed up with their best costumes, and there's costumes for best music, best dressed, and of course it's official athletics competition as well. So the high jump was pretty hot. Hamish Kerr taking that one out for the men for the high jump, and in the women it was, and Hamish Kerr got 2:21. And it was Imogen Skelton that got the win with a very solid 181, which was equalled by Alexandra Highland, who also got 181, which is a PB for her. So on count back, that went to Imogen. And we will see a lot of those athletes who competed up in Hawera back here today. It makes a really cool double event where you can stay in the region. And Juliet McKinley, so she's the junior girls New Zealand secondary schools champ out of Palmerston North. And here is Zoe Hall, one of our throwers coming out of Taranaki, Egmont Athletics. Not biased at all, but good part of the world.
Preparing for the fellow Ronnie's bicycle score 100 metres open for men.
And shortly we'll be jumping over to the 100 metres where we've got 3 timed finals, and we'll be kicking off with the A final, so that'll be the one to watch. Some very speedy boys lining up in this one shortly. So, in lane 1, we've got Ben Lambert, the 18-year-old from Paraparaumu. Tyrone Trago, the New Zealand Secondary School Senior Boys Champ. Tommy Tapuni, who's been on a tear in recent years. Joseph Miller, the 200-metre New Zealand record holder, and 30-year-old out of Athletics Tauranga. Cody Wilson, who's also been running very well recently from Mana Athletics. Fergus McLeay from Hill City University. Jacob Stockwell from Egmont Athletics, former New Zealand Secondary Schools champion. Good to see him back. And then Rylan Newmay, the 17-year-old from Hastings. He is the reigning New Zealand Secondary Schools 200-metre champion. Now it looks like we've got a few empty spaces there. So lanes 1, lanes 4, 6 and 7. So it looks like Joseph Miller's off to a good start. Fergus McLeay looking very good as well. Here goes Fergus. It's very close on the line. Maybe just Fergus getting the better of it just towards the end. It was a case of who was slowing up the most those last few metres. But Fergus McLeay doing really well to just edge in front of the New Zealand 200-metre record holder, Joseph Miller, there wearing number 111. Not necessarily the number you want to get when you turn up at a track meet, but didn't end up in an ambulance today. Looked pretty strong out there, so good to see Joseph Miller running well. And Fergus McLeay, that's a big scalp for Fergus. And I'll check in what his personal best is, because it'll be interesting to see how these runners fare. So far this season, he has run 11.14. That was into a massive headwind, though, in Auckland. And last season, he dropped a 10.72 best for him. So that will be fascinating to see those results come through. Okay, now here is Scott Thompson, the reigning senior men's national champ. In the triple jump. So Scott picks up a red flag in round 1. Now last year Scott had a best jump of 14.53, and the year previous 14.65. This year he is yet to jump, and there's been a bit of action in the world of triple jumping in New Zealand with the Olivier brothers over in South Africa. They were sort of born and raised in New Zealand and have moved back with their family to South Africa, but still represent New Zealand. And they both are approaching the New Zealand record. They're still juniors, 20 years of age and 17, so, well, senior and a junior. But just the other day, Valerie Olivier got within 1 centimetre of the New Zealand senior record set by Phil Wood back in 1978. So 16.22 is that New Zealand record, and Valerie got to 16:21, and his brother was only 6 centimetres behind him. So when we're looking at the national records and which ones might get a bit of a nudge this year, that is certainly one to look for, with 1 centimetre in it already. Now this is heat number 2, the B final. We've got Jonathan Maples, Caden Taylor, Theo Almazan and Josh Woodhead. Looks like Jonathan Maples is off to a good start from Athletics Whanganui. One of the local boys steaming down also is Caden Taylor, very close on the line, but Jonathan Maples will take it here in this B final. Timed finals, of course, and the meet record goes way back to the year 2000 with Gus Nkitia, former New Zealand record holder. Now, of course, his son has taken over that mantle, and the meet record in the 100 metres here is 10:49. So we'll do our best to try and bring up those results from the A final and see what sort of times they're running. Now, Anna Thompson there on screen, she's the reigning triple jump champion along with her brother. Triple jumping running in the family, that is for sure. And these athletes just quick to get the tracksuits back on after they've done their jump. And there we go. That's the results with Fergus McLeod taking it out with a 10:73, Joseph Miller 10:83, Ben Lambert 10:86, Rylan Newmay 10:98, and a bunch of did not start. So we'll wait and see whether those athletes were targeting alternative events or perhaps just some niggles, just getting into some of the athletes today. We've got one more 100 metre timed final. It'll be the C senior men's timed final to go, but we will be keeping our focus as much as we can on the early stages of this triple jump competition, which is spread across the women's and the men's. And this is Lara Hockley on screen.
I'll get the winner on 3, and I'll just check him.
Back in 2021, she cleared up to 11:64. So we'll see if she can get up back into those 11s. And here is the lineup. So we've got Vern Collette on the inside, Fionn O'Sullivan, Lucas Lambert, Charles Royal, Kieran Sinclair Lomax, and Surevi Sauce out there in lane 7. And they're away nice and cleanly. Nice even start too. It's looking like Finn O'Sullivan on the outside wearing Christchurch Old Boys colours will take it. Fast finish there from Surevi Sauce as well. But looks like Finn O'Sullivan, the 18-year-old out of Christchurch, will take that one. But it was very, very even. And it's always good to see in 100 metres it coming right down to the line and really requiring of these athletes every phase of that 100 metres to be performed to perfection, getting out of the blocks nice and hard, going through that phase of more of a horizontal position to standing up, getting up to max speed, and then holding on and, of course, dipping at the line, running through the line, making sure you don't lose it right on the line. Crucial stuff. All right, back to this senior women's javelin competition, where we actually have mostly juniors. Average age for this event is probably about 18. The only one over 20 years of age is Maddie Wilson out of Christchurch Old Boys. You can see Orla Motley just drying her hands, getting ready to roll. And here is Lauren Terrell, another one of our Hawara athletes. And again, just running through, so just struggling with that run up. So I don't know if that's that tailwind, maybe just blowing her over the board a little. Comes in to see her coach. I think that's Ed Fern from Hawara. And this is great experience for these athletes. being thrown into the pressure cooker of a high-profile athletics meet and just having to tweak those little dials that make an all-important difference. And here we go, back in the triple jump, getting through cleanly. And that was Hannah Collins, so she's the New Zealand Secondary Schools Senior Girls Champion. We've got both the Junior Girls and the Senior Girls. She picks up the white flag in round 2. And here is Zoe Hall out of Taranaki in the Javelin. One of 5 competitors lining up in the Senior Women's Javelin competition. And this is Ellie Hurley-Langton from Palmerston North. Always good to see the local sort of regional athletes supporting this meet. This meet is certainly the most high-profile meet that will come to this part of the country, Central West North Island. She's just going through her plan of attack. Run to the board, jump 3 times, and go as far as possible. Simple equation when you look at it like that, but as you can see by all those markers that all the athletes have, it is a complicated event in terms of nailing each of the phases. Ideally, when you do these phases, you want to be able to carry good rhythm across them. Let's have a look here. So carrying that rhythm, carrying the momentum. Often one of the phases can sort of be a bit too much emphasized, and then you end up squashing the body and losing some of that momentum and losing some of that elasticity that you get out of the ground when you pop off the ground rather than land and then leap. And there is Orla Motley, who we saw earlier, drying up her hands with the towel, making sure that she's got a good grip on the javelin. And just stepping over on that one, unfortunately. Showing good technique, really planting that block leg nice and solidly, creating that good tension through the body, transferring that speed through the legs up into the body. And there's the results from that B final. So Finn O'Sullivan finishing nice and fast, and it was Surevi Sauce just dipping at the line to Pip Lucas and Kieran for that second place in that C timed final in the 100 metres. Now next on the track will be the open men's 800 metres, and this is looking to be a goodie. We've got a lot of up-and-coming youngsters who will try and take on Michael Dawson, who is a sub-150 man at his best. Also does amazing athletics photography as well, and he'll be running in lane 4. So looking at things, he will be one of the men to beat, but we've got Alex Martin in lane 1, Jag Willers in lane 2, Liam O'Donnell in lane 3, Michael Dawson in lane 4. As you can see, there's a couple of scratchings. So Michael Dawson wearing those bright pink shoes and the black kit. And then outside of him, Callum O'Keefe, who'll be another man to watch, Travis Baylor, Luca Everett and Hamish Murray. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of approach these boys come to run this 800. This is where they'll be hitting that headwind, so it looks like Michael Dawson's gone straight to the front, decided he wants to keep this pace nice and honest. Good plan. And now they'll be coming around onto the bend and feeling that tailwind just at the back of them as Michael Dawson stays at the front. Luca Everett right on his shoulder as they come through 400 metres. And just looking to get a split. Unfortunately, I missed that. Couldn't quite see where the clock was, but Michael Dawson continues to lead as he has done for the last 400 metres as they came off the stagger. He's certainly come in here with a bit of a plan. Luca Everett right on his shoulder, the 15-year-old out of Wellington Harriers. And the boys just struggling to stay with the solid pace set by Michael Dawson. We'll see if Michael's got another gear, because we've got a fast finishing Alex Martin just going on the outside, the 17-year-old from Karori. But it looks like Michael Dawson has found that other gear as he comes onto the home straight, pulling away now. Look at that beautiful stride as he opens up into the home straight. The crowd cheers him on. Good battle for second and third as Luca Everett looks to chase him down. But Michael Dawson, he will be your champ here in the 800 metres. And holding on will be Alex Martin from Karori. Will take it out. Luca Everett will hold on for third place. Good battle between those athletes. Incredible strength from Michael Dawson to run from the front. No pacing, no pacemaker, solo effort, and great to see him have the strength and stamina and the ability to tolerate all that acidosis that happens in that last 200 metres to kick on and finish very strongly in front of this supportive crowd at Cook's Gardens. So we roll into another 800 metres, and this will be the final of the men's 800 metres. And then we've got just the one women's 800 metre event. And so this field, going from lane 1 out, we've got Nick Doobie from Egmont Athletics, who we saw on screen just earlier, Justin Cunningham from Palmerston North, Kieran Marks from Victoria University, Jacob Kilmeister from Paraparaumu, Joe Martin from Karori, Greg Austin from Palmerston North, Daniel Cooper from Palmerston North, and Felix Field from Egmont Athletics. And shortly we'll bring those results and see what Michael Dawson's time was. Certainly, when we're thinking about ideal conditions to run an 800, this is pretty good. As they get poised on the line, and we're away cleanly in this B final of the men's 800 metres. It's a youthful-looking field, ages spread between 13 and 20. And at the moment, it is looking like our athlete in the middle of the field has come through. Is that Jacob Kilmeister? Right on to the front. And we'll see if we can bring up a race clock so we can keep track of these times. But Jacob Kilmeister goes to the front, and immediately the field behind him getting strung out single file. As we kick back to Ethan Gow, the 19-year-old from Christchurch Old Boys. And Jacob Kilmeister continues to do the work up the front. He's led for the first 300 metres. He will take the bell and has strung out the field well and truly. Behind him, a couple of guys just managing to keep that bungee cord reasonably taut behind Jacob. But so far, Jacob's looking pretty good as they come through 500 metres. And now onto the back straight. Now this is the tricky part. If you have been leading, you'll come into the teeth of that sou'easter, which is blowing across the country at the moment, bringing all sorts of weather, and that will tire the legs just a little, and you can see the pack behind him just closing up a little. That concertina just joining up as we get to 200 metres to go, and the moves start to make their presence felt. Joe Martin of Karori coming on to the shoulder, passing on the bend. Always a brave move, but good stuff from Joe Martin as he takes on Jacob Kilmeister in the final straight as they come down here in Cook's Gardens. This is a wonderful sight. These two shoulder to shoulder, but it will be Joe Martin just pulling away the 16-year-old out of Wellington. Great finish there from Joe, a tick over 2 minutes. Great time as well. So Jacob Kilmeister, after his hard work, will be rewarded with a very solid time. But wonderful move there from Joe Martin, having to go wide on the bend and then challenge with a massive sprint for home with Jacob Kilmeister, who had some very tired legs but found it within himself to push on in that last 100 metres. Great scenes here in the 800 metres at Cook's Gardens. So it's another youthful looking lineup in the women's 800 metres. Just the one final. And there we've got the results from the A final of the men's. So solid running from Michael Dawson, 153.20. Alex Martin, 155.61. Very close behind was Luca Everett with that 155.83. And once again, a couple of did not start. So hopefully those athletes are all okay. Potentially shifted their focus into the mile later in the night. We'll wait and see. But for this 800 metres, in lane 2 we have Kate Yu, Angela Jukes, Kate Borton, Amelia Abernethy, Anna Tucker, and on the outside, Alia Atkinson. So these athletes are away here at Cook's Gardens in the Steel Form Roofing Group 800 metres. Just the one timed final as we click back to Anna Thompson, New Zealand triple jump champion, showing that wonderful triple jump technique as she opens up her season. I don't think we've seen a result from her this year so far. Just confirm that. No, we've had very few triple jump competitions. I've only got two results that have come through from Dunedin and Pakuranga. So far this season, so this is a key moment for the triple jumpers in New Zealand opening up here at the Cook's Gardens. But the focus is on this 800 metre race, so we've got 3 athletes clear. Looks like Angela Jukes is doing really well to lead these 3 athletes around the first 300 metres. Also Kate Yu just sitting in there on the rail as they take the bell in about 70 seconds and pushing on really well. Angela Jukes out of Palmerston North. Really, sometimes that bell in an 800 metres gives you a good kick up the backside and you find you can accelerate. Sometimes you go the other direction, and it's certainly an acceleration there from Angela Jukes. Impressive stuff, really opening up that field. She split it down to just 3 athletes for the first 400, but here she is pulling away as the rain starts to come down a little bit heavier, and she's pushing into that gentle headwind and really getting the arms going now with 200 metres to go and a good about 20 metres between her and second place, which I think is Amelia Abernethy, who's just moved past Kate Yu into second place. But at the moment, it is all about Angela Jukes as she comes down onto the home straight, gets the crowd behind her, gets the arms going, willing herself to the finish, finishing well as well. Kate Yu, who has moved into second place. But Angela Jukes, she will take it in about 2:20. Kate Yu will come through for second place, and good battle here for third place, very close on the line. So Angela Jukes will take it out, the 18-year-old from Palmerston North. Great finish from her over that last 400. We saw her kick clear of the field as she got the bell, and she'll be very happy how that last lap went. Brilliant strength and determination without much company to keep her honest. Kept on accelerating all the way to the line. So we've got a few results have come through from the women's and men's triple jump. I can tell you that Anna Thompson is leading that competition with a 12:33. Sophie Hancock is in second place with an 11:04, and then just behind her, Hannah Collins with 11:00. In the men's, so we're running them concurrently. We've got Ethan Gow with a 13:04, Luke Moffat with an 12:88, and Elliot Wills with an 11:09. So still early stages in the triple jump. Could be a reasonably long competition with good-sized fields across the men and women. Now, on screen is the men's, and there is the 800 metres. That's the B final for the men. So Joe Martin, just click over 2 minutes. Jacob Kilmeister was very close behind. Remember, he did the early leading in that particular race, as we see Lauren Terrell. This time successfully getting a jump and picks up a white flag as well. So that is good news, because we saw her have 2 run-throughs and red flags, and that will hopefully keep her alive in the competition. So always a good feeling when you get those 2 X's next to your name, and then you can get 1 jump in that final 3rd round and hopefully carry on into the final 3 rounds. Now there's the results for the women's 800 metres. Angela Dukes, that big kick over that last 400 metres, winning comfortably in a time of 2:20 ahead of Kate Yu and Amelia Abernathy. Now the men's, Masters men's mile is the next one coming up on the track, and this is going to be fascinating. We've got a whole variety of age groups, from just scanning through. The youngest is 43, and we go right up to 83. So we've got a spread of 40 years across this event, which is absolutely incredible. There will be multiple battles within this race. So I've just heard that the Masters men will be combined with the Masters women, so that will be a slight delay in those for the Masters men to get going. So the men will have to keep their hammies and calves warm for a few more minutes yet, as they wait for the women to join them. And the women, we've got 5 athletes, and in that particular field we've got age ranges from 36 up to 65, so only about a 29-year spread. But awesome addition to the weekend, and a great initiative by the local organising committee here is that tomorrow is a whole bunch of community mile races as well. So the community has been invited to come back and come in and enter in a whole variety of ages and run a mile around this track. The same track that set a world record, as I said before, 61 years ago in the men's mile by Peter Snell. And so a really cool opportunity for all sorts of people from all walks of life to come on down to Cook's Gardens and run a mile. So going through that start list, we've got David Hansen, who's in the 40 to 44, Andrew Kerr in the 50 to 54 age group. Bruce Edwards is in the 60 to 64. Also joining him is Brian Dunn in the 60 to 64s. Jared Latika is in the 50 to 54s. Matthew Rogers in the 40 to 44s. Peter Stevens in the 55 to 59 age group. Roger Robinson, who is a very well-known character in the world of running in New Zealand, is running in the 80 to 84 category. William Twiss will be running in that 50 to 54 category, which looks quite competitive. David James in the 55 to 59, and Brian Hayes in the 75 to 79 age group. In the women, we've got Aisha Shafi. She'll be in the 35 to 39 age group. Heather Walker in the 50 to 54 age group. Sally Gibbs, aging up now into the 60 to 64 age group. Nuala Dunn in the 65 to 69. And Heidi Jane Humphreys in the 45 to 49 age group. So all the women in separate age groups, but there'll be some good internal battles, particularly in that Masters men's age groups, as they take on each other. So this will be the final event on the track in this pre-meet program. And then, of course, we will be back from 6:30 for the main program. And before we go, we'll try and get a good catch up on what's been happening in the triple jump competition. Which, as I said earlier, is currently being led by Ethan Gow in the boys and Anna Thompson in the girls. No result come through yet from Scott Thompson, so I don't know if he's had fouls so far in the triple jump. But we're into round 3 now, so crucial time to get those marks on the board. As we see Elliot Wills coming through with 11.82. And Cody McPhail here is on screen. As we see Anna Thompson going through her processes in the background. Here is Cody, just 13 years of age, out of Hawera. Looking nice and controlled through those phases. Shakes off the sand out of the sand pit. In these wet conditions, you get covered in sand. It's one of the logistics of the horizontal jumps, is your shoes and socks. You get covered in sand. And there is the starter waiting, ready to roll. The old school starting pistol. And we're still a couple of minutes away. The athletes have been told go and do a few more strides to stay warm. We'll be getting going in a few seconds, in a few minutes. You see that 10:37 coming through there for Cody McPhail in round 3. And we're hoping to try and track down some wind readings from the triple jump and give you an idea of what sort of winds. It'll certainly be tailwind, but how much of a tailwind it is for these jumpers, we're unsure. Certainly based on the 100-metre times that we saw earlier, it was pretty favourable. So today, obviously, we've got the New Zealand Masters Champs, which is on screen. And then later today, we've got the Under-20 New Zealand Mile Champs. They'll be running at 7:55 for the men, 8:05 for the women. And then the big one, the senior men's, senior women's mile championships, 8:45 for the women, then 9 o'clock for the men running later tonight.
Yeah, I think it will.
And separated out from the normal national champs, of course, because we compete over the 1,500 metres, the metric mile, at those national champs, which is the Olympic distance. But there's something nostalgic, something magic about this distance. So they start on that little curved 9-metre mark, and then they run 1,609 metres all the way to the finish, 4 and a bit laps. And we are away in the Masters men's, Masters women's mile, and straight to the front is one of our Scottish athletes, looks like. And a little pack of 4 forming up there early on.
The woman running in behind.
So the men's Masters mile is underway. So the women's race will be separate.
So it looks like that might be Peter Stevens out the front. And Matthew Rogers right on his shoulder. And Jared Letica from Takapuna is tucked in there on 3rd place. Andrew Kerr from Wellington Scottish in there on 4th place, just hoping to stay glued to the back of that pack. So Peter Stevens leading the New Zealand Masters 1 mile championships at the moment. The 58-year-old out of Wellington, leading some of the younger athletes around this track here at Cook's Gardens that set the world mile record way back in 1962. I don't think we'll see that pace in this race, of course, but expect these athletes to, I imagine those 3 up the front will be hoping to dip under 5 minutes, which is a bit of a magic barrier for a Masters athlete. Well, for any athlete, to be honest. And so these 3 running clear as 600 metres in to their 1 mile race now. And it remains Peter Stevens just leading things out. Matthew Rogers just tucked in, as it has right from the gun. And Jared Letica from Takapuna just holding the rail at the back of that pack, conserving his energy nicely. And then Andrew Kerr behind them is caught in no man's land, about 20 metres between that front pack and then the chasing pack behind him. There's Andrew Kerr as they come through 800 metres in about 2:26. So that's sitting around 3 minutes per K. Maybe a tick slower than that. So just off 20 Ks per hour. So that is, you're shifting along. When you think most treadmills tap out at 20 Ks per hour, these Masters runners are maintaining a pace that would outdo most treadmills on the market. So setting a good pace. And that would set them instead for about a 450 something. So no doubt for a lot of these runners, for these 3 runners on screen, that will have been the target, something around sub 5 as they do well to navigate the traffic of some of the lapped runners. Reminder that the age spread goes from a very youthful 36-year-old right the way up to an 83-year-old in this particular race. Now we're going to come down and get the bell here, and we've got a bit of a lead change with Matthew Rogers just going to the front now, just going past Peter Stevens as they get the bell with 3:43 on the clock. Let's see what Matt Rogers has got. Looks like it looks like the pack's doing pretty well to stay with him. Certainly Peter Stevens isn't letting that bungee cord stretch at all. Jared Letica maybe just slipping off now. You can see him just looking over his shoulder there, but Matthew Rogers pulling away in this New Zealand Masters Mile Championship. Peter Stevens, can he stay with him after doing a lot of that early work in the race? And we've got 200 metres left to run. Matthew Rogers, the 43-year-old out of Hutt Valley Harriers, He is getting those arms going, getting that leg speed up, right up onto his toes now. And it really looks like he's pulling away from the Wellington Scottish athlete and Peter Stevens, who's got 15 years on him, let's be honest. So they're in different age groups, but it's bragging rights nonetheless. So here comes Matt Rogers, steaming onto the home straight here at Cook's Gardens. Can he break 5 minutes? This is the big question. He's got about 12 seconds to do it. Surely he'll do it. He will take the win. He will win his age group. He will win the bragging rights of being first over the line as well, and he'll go sub 5, as does Peter Stevens, rewarded for that early hard work. Looks like Jared Lediker also will dip under 5 minutes. Andrew Kerr just crossing the line now in about 5:07. It's a good run there from Andrew. So we've had the first 4 athletes come through, and a few more athletes have recently received the bell, so they've got 400 metres left to run. And as we see these athletes crossing the line now, steaming home, I think that was Bruce Edwards crossing the line there, and William Twiss from Fielding Moa. There's Roger Robinson, 83 years old, still steaming around this course here at Cook's Gardens. 61 years ago, he was a 22-year-old. Watching Peter Snell set the world record here. And here he goes, collecting the bell, 400 metres to run. He's going to run a good time as well. Looks like he might get very close to breaking 8 minutes. And here's Heidi Jane Humphreys. She's coming up to cross the line. There she is out of Olympic Harriers. She'll win her age group, 45 to 49 age group. 6:30, very solid. Brian Hayes, 76 years of age, out of Wellington Harriers, 6:44. Impressive running from Brian at 76 years of age. Wow, fantastic. And that's David James out of Athletics Tauranga. He's coming into the finish now. That welcome home straight of the mile gets good applause from the crowd, cheering him home. It's solid work. 7:24. And if you've never run a mile before and you're used to running maybe longer distances, it's well worth heading along to your local track and giving it a go, either the metric mile or the classic 1609 metres. It's one of those events that feels like death in the moment, but you recover very quickly from it, and it's certainly a healthy way to train, a nice balance of speed and endurance. And here we go, talking about endurance. 83 years of age, Roger Robinson crossing the finish line here at Cook's Gardens in a tick over 8 minutes. What a run from the 83-year-old. Impressive. Clicks the watch, has a look, posts it up on Strava. Great work, Roger Robinson. Breathes in the Whanganui air, gets that oxygen down into those muscles that have carried him round 1,609 metres. And it looks to me, we were told initially that all the women would run with the men, but I think we just had one of the women in the men's race, and we've got 4. So we had Heidi Jane Humphreys in the men's race, and now we've got the remaining 4 Masters women athletes will line up in this one. Sorry about that confusion, ladies and gentlemen. I was wondering why we hadn't seen much of the ladies, but here we go. We'll be able to put the spotlight on the New Zealand Masters women. That woman wearing number 121. Now, lives here, Sally Gibbs, and she's known all around the world in Masters running ranks as one of the top Masters runners in the world, and she's been not only winning New Zealand Masters titles, she's been winning senior women's titles for the last couple of decades, and particularly about 10 years ago she'd picked up, I want to say, about 3 New Zealand 10,000 metre senior women's titles. Double check my memory. But is always one of the ones to watch. So there we are. We've got Aisha Shafi, Heather Walker, Sally Gibbs, and Nuala Dune. So Heidi Jane Humphreys featured in the previous race. And we are away in the New Zealand Masters Mile Championships. And off to a good start. Heather Walker really setting a strong pace. The 51-year-old from Wellington Scottish, Aisha, right on her shoulder. And strong early start. So these three coming here with a bit of intent to run nice and quick. And we'll keep track of the time for you with this one. And I was just going through to see how many senior women's titles Sally Gibbs has won over the last 10, 11 years. Last time she won a senior women's title was 2018. That was 10,000 metres on the track. She also won it the previous year. She's won the New Zealand Marathon senior women's title in 2014, the half marathon title that year, and the 10,000 metre title back in 2012. So there she is in blue, one of the local runners in third place at the moment. There's Nuala Dune, 65 years of age, out of Athletics Whanganui. Tell you what, if you didn't want to have your age read out for the whole world to hear, probably don't want to enter these Masters champs. So apologies to our athletes that get all their age details revealed to the world. But hey, it's awesome that these athletes are carrying on not only recreationally but competitively as well, trying to get the most out of themselves. And it's as I say, the mile is a brilliant distance to focus on, because you do need to keep the speed up, you need to keep that athleticism going, which includes mobility work, strength work, drills, plyometrics, all of that good stuff that keeps the body strong and able to run fast. But you also need to add to that endurance. It really is the meeting ground of speed and endurance, is the mile. As we see Sally Gibbs on screen, coming around her home track that she'll be getting very familiar with. Used to be based up in the Bay of Plenty, now finds herself down here in Whanganui. But the race is being led by Heather Walker from Wellington Scottish. She will have 800 metres left to run, and going at a good strong clip too. So halfway through the race, they come through in 2:35. So looking like they could be on for about 5:10, which, remember, the boys weren't too much quicker than that. So they could have well taken it to the boys if we had the women line up against them in the previous race. But so far, Heather Walker is led from the front, and she continues to apply the strong pace. Just running about 10 metres in front of Aisha Shafi. And then Sally Gibbs is about another 25 metres behind Aisha. And this, when we talk about dark points, dark moments in a mile race, it's this third lap. That's the tricky one. Once you get the bell, you can always run a fast 400 and just empty the tank. But mentally, you might run the first 2 laps with your legs, and the last lap is run with your heart. But this one is run with the mind, and you've got to keep focused. You've got to keep trying to keep the body accelerating. And here we go. That tough third lap comes to an end for Heather Walker. She's got 400 metres to run now, 2 more bends, and then she will see the home straight. Sally Gibbs has just got the bell now at 4:11. So there's Heather Walker, 51 years of age, from Wellington, Scottish. 300 metres left to run now as she comes on to that back straight for the final time. This is where she'll have a little headwind. It's not much, to be honest. I'm looking at the flags around the ground and they are barely fluttering, so it's going to be pretty still, pretty good conditions for middle distance running. Here she is, Heather Walker, comes onto the bend for the final time. This is the top bend, and then she'll be on the home straight on this Cook's Garden track. Coming around Nuala Dune, 65 to 69 athlete, and here is that home straight. 100 metres still to run for Heather Walker. She's led from the front. She got out hard right from the gun, and she's held it together. She's held that pace together, and she's going to run a incredibly strong time here at the Cook's Gardens, and she's going to be first across the line at the New Zealand Masters Women's Champs. 5:22. What a time for Heather Walker. Second place will go to Aisha Shafi as she crosses the line, and Sally Gibbs will come across the line in 5:36. So that 5:36 is around about 3 minutes 30 per K. So that is moving. And so for Heather Walker to be about 80 metres in front is impressive stuff from Heather, the 51-year-old out of Wellington. Look, she's happy. She's tired, but she's happy. And this is one of the joys of running a mile. You feel pain, but it's kind of an enjoyable pain because it leaves quickly. Once the oxygen's back, once you've got your breath back, it does feel good. And do we call it a runner's high? It's certainly a lot of satisfaction of applying yourself, like I said, to that tough third lap and then seeing what you got over that last lap and really accelerating on. So great scenes here. Heather Walker first across the line in the New Zealand Masters Women's Mile Champs. Incidentally, we are into round 4. Oh, there's an overview of the finishes in the men's 1 mile. Matt Rogers taking that out. Storming finish ahead of Peter Stevens. Did a lot of the early leading. Jared Lediker just missing out in that sub-5 by a split 0.17 of a second. And Andrew Kerr in 4th place. Now coming up to finish her 1,609 metres around Cook's Gardens is Nuala Dune. She'll win her age group in the 65 to 69. One of the local lasses. And good kick too. Good finish from her. Looking very happy. Sally Gibbs comes over and gives her a hug. Says, well done. It's not easy, but as I say, it is so rewarding running the mile. And amazing to think most of these Masters runners weren't even born when Peter Snell set that world mile record at this ground 61 years ago. And we're into round 4 in the triple jump. So most recent result down there, Bernice Cullen coming through with a 9:30. And that's Sophie Hancock on screen wearing the New Zealand colours. And if you've just tuned in and wondering why these athletes are wearing the New Zealand colours, they've been selected to represent the New Zealand secondary schools team domestically. So, you know, one of the avenues that we look to transition those athletes who perform particularly well at the secondary school domestic level is to hopefully send them overseas, and things like Oceania Champs, maybe World Juniors, that sort of thing. While COVID's been on, it's been tricky to have those events. So next logical step would be to get them involved in these classic series around the country, be able to represent their country and at a domestic level, and most importantly, rub shoulders with the senior national champs, senior international representatives. Of course, we've got Tom Walsh, he'll be lining up later in the shot put tonight. Hamish Kerr in the high jump, and loads more Commonwealth Games, World Champs representatives will be lining up shortly. As we click through to the men's triple jump. That was Elliot Wills. Oh, sorry, Cody Mc... Oh, no, yeah, it is Elliot Wills. Sorry, I'm second-guessing myself. Now, I think what we'll aim to do, I'll try and get a thumbs up from our producer, but try and catch the last round of this this triple jump, so this fourth round, and then we'll go to a break and be back at 6:30, or just before 6:30. So, yeah, that is the plan. So that means we'll catch another jump from national champions, the Thompson siblings. There's Anna Thompson, senior women's triple jump champ. And so we are in round 4. She leads this competition with a 12:33. Here she goes, standing nice and tall at top speed. Gets the white flag. So she's been having a wonderful run domestically, with a national title in 2022, national title in 2021. In 2020, she was bronze medal behind Kayla Goodwin, who's now based in the States on athletic scholarship. And Sarah Cowley-Ross was in the silver medal position. But for the last 2 years domestically, it's been that woman on screen, Anna Thompson, who's really dominated the domestic women's triple jump scene. I don't think she has been beaten since that senior women's championship in 2020. So that is quite a record. Good speed here from Luke Moffat, the 18-year-old. So Luke Moffat, bronze medalist at the New Zealand secondary schools in the long jump. So good to see him applying his trade in the triple jump version of the horizontal jumps. And Ethan Gow just having to chop his stride there a little bit at the end, and you can see, yeah, it wasn't quite working for him. So just putting the brakes on and ending up fouling that attempt in round 4. But Ethan Gow currently sitting in second place with a 13:04. That puts him second behind Scott Thompson, who has finally got himself on the board with a 13:81. So a metre and a half ahead of his sister, Anna Thompson. And here he goes. So Scott Thompson on the runway, national champion, looking strong here in Cook's Gardens. Look pretty happy with that one. And we'll wait and see what comes through. So in round 4, here at the triple jump at the Pak'N'Save Cook's Gardens Classic. And yes, he's jumped up over the 14-metre mark, so 14.16 for Scott. That really sets the mark for everyone else to chase. So first jump over 14 metres for the day here in round 4 as things start to heat up, and these athletes really working out now the conditions and getting into their work. So impressive there from Scott Thompson. As a gauge, his best last year was 14.53. So not too far off his best from last year. And this is Lauren Terrell. Wearing number 102 from Athletics Hawera. So we'll catch this jump and then we'll head to a break, and we will be back after so looking pretty strong there from Lauren. So that's her 5th round jump. So we'll be back after this break just before 6:30, and then we'll be kicking into a whole row of action that will definitely keep you on the edge of your seat. So we'll be straight in with the women's long jump, women's hammer throw, men's and women's 400 hurdles, and then it really lights up with the likes of Tom Walsh in the shot put, New Zealand mile champs, and so much more to come. So my name's Hayden Sherman. We will catch you in just under an hour. So set your alarms, go and grab something to eat, park up a seat on the couch for an evening of great athletics here at the Pak'N'Save 2023 Cook's Classic. Catch you soon.
Give me a minute to speak my truth. Explore the river and you'll find truth. Which path you take is up to you. Just bring your vision to life. Oh, give me a minute to speak this truth. You are the river and the river is you. Which path you take is up to you. Just bring your vision to life. Oh. So let us bring
Kia ora koutou katoa. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cooks Classic here at the Cooks Gardens in Whanganui. We are now into the meet proper, you might say, after we had a whole lot of action in the pre-meet schedule. But this is the key part of the night, where we'll be kicking off with the men's high jump featuring Commonwealth Games champion Hamish Kerr and indoor bronze medalist, of course. What a wonderful 2022 that man had. So he will be the first of the key ones to watch. And on screen we can see the women getting warmed up for the women's long jump. Some key names to look out for there as well. And then the women's hammer throw will be starting at 10 to 7. And that is featuring none other than Lauren Bruce, New Zealand record holder, representative, of course, at the Com Games and World Champs, and alongside 8 other women. So that'll be on the field first of all, and then we switch into the men's and women's 400 hurdles just a little bit after 7. So that's the program for the next half hour or so here at the Cooks Classic. Now, what happened in the break? There was a wonderful unveiling of a World Athletics plaque here at the Cooks Gardens. We had Rod Dixon speaking, and the Mayor of Whanganui, and also we had Peter Coe, Sebastian Coe, Seb Coe, Lord Seb Coe, I believe his new title, the head of World Athletics, delivering a pre-recorded video address to everyone and congratulating Whanganui. Have been in Cooks Gardens have been awarded a heritage plaque to celebrate the world record set by Peter Snell 61 years ago yesterday in the mile, 354.4. And also celebrating just the heritage of this venue. So that was a wonderful event, and great to celebrate the heritage that this place has had. It was quite cool. They put up a plaque of all the sub 4 minute milers who have raced here over the years. There's 71 of them, and 61 years ago, we had 4 of those runners go sub 4. So in 1962, of course, it was Peter Snell, 354.4. Bruce Tullow, not too far behind him, well, 5 seconds behind him, the Brit on that particular day. And then a couple of years later, Peter Snell came back in 1964 and ran 357 with Bill Bailey dipping under 4 minutes there as well. So when you look through these names, the likes of Rod Dixon, John Walker, Dick Quacks, right through to the likes of Hamish Christensen in the early 2000s, and then Nick Willis arrives on the scene, Craig Mottram, Mo Farah in 2006, and then through to the current cream of the crop in New Zealand middle distance running, Sam Tanner, Eric Speakman, Geordie Beamish, Ollie Chignell, Julian Oakley. Matthew Taylor was the most recent 4 minute miler to be crowned. So will we see some more 4 minute miles later this evening for the New Zealand Senior Men's Mile Champs, and will we see some women dip under that magic 4:30 barrier as well? It's usually about a 30-second differential between the men and the women, so often that's a target for the senior women to go sub 4:30. So that's still to come. The focus this initially will be on the field events. You can see the high jumpers warming up there. That will be kicking off very soon. And then at 7:15, we'll be switching over our focus onto the track with the 400 hurdles. Will be the first one to kick off on the track. You can see the blocks already set up for that, and the high jumpers over there. Now conditions, a bit of an update on what's been happening weather-wise. It's pretty good, considering the deluge that much of the North Island has had over the last 24 hours and the wind that I drove through from Taranaki on the way down. I was thinking, oh my goodness, the tent's going to be blowing across the track. But come down here and it is nice and still. There's the readings I can tell you from the 100 metres earlier in the pre-meet schedule were between 2.1 metres tailwind per second on the home straight up to, I think the strongest wind I saw was about 3 metres per second. So not too bad at all, particularly when it comes to the distance running. The high jumpers might be finding it a little bit cool. It's probably sitting around 19, 20 degrees. You can see there most people have got jackets on, but it's not freezing cold like you're running for your blanket after you've done your jump. It's certainly, if you stay warm with a few drills and mobility exercises, you should be fine. And there we can see one of our athletes getting a few tips. That's Sam Ridsdale. And I think I chatted to Sam's coach last year at this event, and he had just taken up high jump. Was inspired by watching Hamish Kerr and thought, man, I could give that a go, could give that a whirl. And here he is a year and a bit later and still in the sport, still loving it. Out of Palmy. Now, Lauren Bruce, there she is, the New Zealand record holder in the hammer throw. And this is Josh Woodhead of Palmerston North Harriers. These are still, oh no, we are into the actual program of the high jump. I was thinking we were still in warm-ups, but this is into the real deal now. So we'll try to get you the update of the heights. Yeah, we're going to bring through the triple jump results, which was held in the pre-meet program. Unfortunately, we had to leave them as they were just entering round 5, but there is a recap of the senior men. So Scott Thompson, national champ, taking that out by almost a metre ahead of Luke Moffat in second place. Ethan Gow in third place, not too far behind. Now in the women, Anna Thompson, keeping the Thompson family on top of things in the triple jump, took that out by just over a metre, and Hannah Collins in second, Sophie Hancock in third. So good jumping by all those athletes. Anna Thompson's tailwind for that one was about 2 metres something per second, so slightly beyond the legal limit, but pretty good conditions in general for that triple jump competition, despite being a little on the cooler side. I know the locals will say it's been a hot old summer, while the East Coast has dealt with rain and cooler temperatures. Whanganui, Taranaki, Kapiti Coast have enjoyed a pretty epic summer by our West Coast standards. And here we have the women's hammer. So it looks like we are still in warm-up mode for the hammer. That is set to kick off in about 10 minutes time. So those athletes just going through their final warm-up throws. So on the western end of the stadium, we have the hammer throw on screen. Right next to them is the high jumpers. And then on the northern side of the ground, just beneath that stadium, there at the top of your screens, is the long jump. Getting a good look of the technique of these hammer throwers in their warm-ups. And certainly a bit of a buzz starting to generate in the stadium now as people fill in. And as I was talking about the ceremony that was held in the break, the unveiling of the World Athletics Park, World Athletics Heritage plaque. It was really cool. The plaque says Cook's Gardens, the home of the mile. So there you go, really cementing its place in the folklore of mile running worldwide. You know, I think of the Iffley track, I think it's the Iffley track in Oxford that set the first 4-minute mile by Roger Bannister. And this track's got to be pretty close behind, maybe Oslo. The Oslo track has seen several world records in the mile. But there's certain key places on the planet that the mile holds a pretty special place in the history of middle distance running, and this is one of those places. But tonight, of course, it's not just about the New Zealand Mile Champs, it's also about these events that you can see on screen, because the beauty of athletics in New Zealand at the moment is that it's not just about running as perhaps it arguably was in the 50s and 60s. It is jumping, throwing, the whole spectrum, sprinting. Oh, good clearance there, beautiful. So Tom Maloney goes over at 1.85 m. So with the bar set at 185 at these early stages, we can expect Hamish Kerr to come in at 2 something. The other night in Hawera, he jumped a pretty credible 2:21 at this early stage of the year to take out that competition. And also some good jumping from Rafe Quio, getting a PB with 2:06, and then Mate Podoye with a 2:06 PB as well. So those two moving well up into the twos. And here's Hugo Jones, the 16-year-old out of Wellington. He'll have another go at that one, just not getting that run up as he desired. So he'll go back and give it another whirl. Hugo with a PB of 196, which he set back in October last year. So this one 11 centimetres beneath that PB. Let's see if he gets this run up right. Pretty good, just clipped it with his head on the way over, so maybe just needs to tweak that run up slightly. And here's the lineup for the women's hammer throw. It's going to be a good one. We've got Mia Bartlett, the 17-year-old from Athletics Wairarapa, Orla Motley from South Canterbury, who we saw earlier in the Javelin, Elizabeth Hewitt, 19-year-old from Mana Athletics, Lexi Maples from Christchurch Old Boys, Lauren Bruce, South Canterbury, the national champion and New Zealand record holder, Michaela Sola, Nadia Kumaric, Anya Dunlop Brown from Mana Athletics, and Danny Shepherd Oates from Athletics Tairi. And there she is. So she owns the stadium record as well, so it'll be interesting to see if she can challenge that.
Beside her is Nadia Kumaric, who is also from New Zealand. She has a better personal best of 45.90. Anya Dunlop Brown of Mana Club, best of 41.43. And Diana Shepherd Oaks of Athletics Tairi, 54.47 is her best throw. Sorry, 57.47. So we're in for a great hammer competition. You can follow it with the indicator board. We will give you a few updates as the competition.
And also starting up is the women's long jump that is now underway. As we go, yes, this time over. Hugo goes over at 185, look good. once he tweaked that run up. Really nice and smooth. So heading up now towards getting closer to his PB, up over that 190 mark. And that's Alexandra Domansky. Just 15 years of age. Part of that Wairarapa team. Good strong team from Wairarapa Track and Field. And here goes Ellie Hurley-Langton from Palmerston North. And unfortunately for her, just picking up that red flag. Looked pretty good through the air, but of course it doesn't count if you overstep that mark. And all of these women will have that helpful tailwind just blowing them in. But of course you don't want it to be too helpful and blow you over. So Tom Maloney, this is at the new height, which I imagine's moved up to about 190, but we will confirm shortly. So miss on his first attempt. All right, Taylor Trow, we saw her last weekend at the Potts Classic. Just 15 years of age, out of Palmerston North. And we are away with the women's hammer. So Mia Bartlett first up to the circle, 17-year-old from Athletics Wellington. I assume she'll be using the junior implement. Chloe Thompson. Now from Howard, a bunch of these athletes doubling up from the triple jump earlier in the afternoon. And back to Hugo Jones at the new height after that good clearance we saw from him. Striding in. Looking reasonably good, but just the back, bringing down the bar. Back to the drawing board to make a few little tweaks. And here is Bernice Cullen, one of our New Zealand secondary schools representatives. Oh, great first up clearance. There, Adam Stack, wearing the colours of Christchurch Old Boys. And wearing the glove. Orla Motley opens up her campaign in the hammer. Will it be measured? It will. Just stays inside the sector. Looking like it's just out beyond 30 metres, so good work from Orla. And Lauren Terrell, we've seen a bit of her today already. And here's Hugo. Yes, this time. Shaves the bar, but it stays on. Always great to see these athletes who make a miss or two at each height, but then make those tweaks and those technical changes, and then come back and able to make a clearance in a later round. And Queenie Morgan with her first jump in the long jump.
Different grip, maybe different. Yeah. Get it?
Ashley Bennett from Hawera really sailing through the air in round one of the long jump. Looks like that jump could put some pressure on the rest of the field. And here we have Lexi Maples, 23 years of age, out of Christchurch Old Boys. And just, did she stay in? I'm looking for a white flag. Gets the white flag, and there's the hammer on screen, looking like it's well out beyond 50 metres. Good work there from Lexi. So last week at the Potts Classic, she got a 57.38 to finish second behind Lauren Bruce. So can she improve on that this week? And that is Hannah Sandilands, who won the Potts Classic in the long jump last week, who has been in a really good vein of form in the early part of the domestic season, setting a big PB last week of 6:20. And Lauren Bruce, here she is, after the retirement of Julia Ratcliffe, really leaves the door open for Lauren to stamp her mark as the absolute queen of New Zealand hammer throwing right now. It was great to see her get her first national title last year, and had a really solid performance at the World Champs. Bit of an off day by her standards at the Com Games, but 2022 was a pretty solid year all round for Lauren Bruce. And here we go, she's going to open up her campaign. And so look for that hammer to fly a long way in this Whanganui sky. She spins the opposite direction of most hammer throwers. Most lefties will spin that direction, and out it goes, well beyond 60, straight into her work. Brilliant stuff. And great work from the groundskeepers as well, getting the nice clear markings on screen. Definitely helps with my commentating duties. Make sure I'm not just pulling a number out of the hat, using my naturally optimistic mind and hoping that it was further than it actually was. But that looked low to mid 60s, so good opener from Lauren Bruce. So last week at the Potts Classic, she threw 66.54. Her national record is 74.61, but you'd expect her to round into that sort of form as the season progresses. So this will be another stepping stone to hopefully a peak around sort of early March in time for the national champs. But back to the long jump, another of our Palmy North athletes. That was Taylor Troe. All right, Tom Maloney. Here he is, looked good at the previous height. The bar is now 192, I believe, and looked very smooth over that. Very, very smooth indeed. Got the little knee braces on, maybe a bit of jumper's knee or something that he's working through, but didn't hamper him on that particular attempt. And Michaela Sola getting her first throw out towards the 40-metre mark. And she got 5th last week at the Potts Classic with a 43.03. And that was a PB. So anything into the mid-40s is really what we're looking for Michaela. That one just a tick below 40. But still very early stages here in the hammer throw. On the runway, Bernice Cullen. Little skip to get her going, getting up to speed, driving those legs. Good takeoff, good flight. Nadia Kumaric doing well, getting that hammer out straight down the center of the sector. And that looks to me about 42, 43 meters. And last week, Nadia just finished ahead of Michaela Sola in 46.09. And earlier in that week at the pre-pots meet, through 47.05 as we go back to the long jump and see Queenie Morgan. Here's Tom Maloney. Bar is raised, but just knocks it with his left calf, I think it was, just took it down. And we're up into the 2 meter zone now. So 2 meters equal, and that pressure starting to go on. Must be a bit of a mental barrier when you start seeing a 2 on the front of it, of the heights. Yeah, back to the long jump off. Good run up. Very strong, good speed. Ashley Bennett, who is one of the local organisers of the Jumps to Music, which was held on Wednesday night. So a long jump and high jump competition. Great little event up in Hawera, and Ashley is a Hawera local. And so her and Ed Fern and the team in Taranaki put that event on, which serves to make a great little trip for the long jumpers and the high jumpers to combine this event and Jumps to Music. And here we go. Hugo Jones back in the action. Takes it down. That would be a PB if he can clear 2 meters. That would add 4 centimeters to his best. And here we go, round 2 in the long jump. That was big from Hannah. So Hannah Sandilands looking like she is full of beans today. And there he is. There's the Commonwealth Games gold medalist chatting to three-time national champion Jordan Peters. Not sure who's giving tips to who in this occasion. And so Jordan not competing. So Jordan's the 3-time national champion in the long jump. So Jordan not competing at the moment. Maybe coming in at the men's long jump at 20-8. And here is Mia Bartlett. We're into round 2 now for the women's hammer throw. So standing so far in that hammer throw as Mia releases and it clatters into the net, unfortunately. We see another of our Palmy athletes looking good. Then the long jump, so that was Ellie Hurley-Langton. And here we are back with Hugo Jones, bar set at 2 meters. What's he got? Here we go. I believe this is his second attempt at 2 meters. Yes, look good. It looked like he got his torso over and then maybe just the legs coming down a little early. And Taylor Trow in the long jump. Now into round 2. And there's Lauren Bruce wrapped up, top on, keeping warm. As you can see, Orla Motley, the 15-year-old, putting her jacket on. I can tell you at the other end of the stadium, there is a game of handball going on. Do we call it handball? Between a couple of the male shot putters, one of which is Tom Walsh. So that's one of his warm-up routines. I think he's playing with Nick Palmer from the looks of things. But anyway, focusing here on Lexi Maples as she enters the hammer throw circle. Lexi sitting in second place with a 57.05. Good opener from Lexi, very good opener. That is only 30 centimetres off her best, so she's looking in really good form this year. That one clatters into the net, unfortunately. So there's the shot putters going through their warm-ups. We'll get a what do we call this game? Handball? Sort of like foursquare that you used to play at primary school. Maybe they're using a squash ball, something like that. Probably ideal warm-up. Getting that hand-eye coordination, waking up upper body, lower body. Provides a bit of entertainment pre-meet. And there he is, Hamish Kerr, your Commonwealth Games champion, indoor bronze medalist, New Zealand record holder. Here he is, opening up here at the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cook's Gardens Classic. My gosh. This boy has wings for shoes. That was incredible. Just pops over, coasts over the bar. Beautiful, graceful. Amazing to see how effortless that was and hear from one athletics superstar to another. Lauren Bruce holds in. She hangs into the circle, picks up a white flag and sends that hammer out to the mid-60s. So a reminder, last week she hit 66.54 in round 1. She hit a 64 flat, 64.00. So already out into those mid-60s. I'm sure she would love to just inch up towards that sort of 70-metre mark and start finding that form again that set that record not so long ago in 2021. Adam Stack. Oh, that looked like the reaction of someone who knew he had that one and maybe was just a flick of the legs away from clearing it. So Adam with a 207 PB. We'll try and get a shot of where that bar is placed at the moment. It was at 2 meters. It's gone up. I think we're at 205 now. So getting up towards his PB. And here is Michaela Sola. Remember, we're looking for her to get up around that 40-metre mark. And that hit it bang on. Absolutely nailed it. So she threw 43.03 last weekend. And as it is for a lot of these athletes, we're looking for them to set PBs and just improve their best each outing. Conditions dependent, of course. But for a lot of these athletes, this is the fittest they've ever been in their life. This is a really peak part of their season. And they're looking to progress and try and keep tabs, try and inch closer to the likes of Lauren Bruce, or in the case of the high jump, try to inch their way up towards the heights of Hamish Kerr. So Hamish Kerr's teammate, Adam Stack here from Christchurch Old Boys. Here he goes, second attempt at 2:05. Oh, very close. I think that was even closer that time. So he's going to have one more attempt at that. It looked like minor adjustments, but always frustrating when you know you had the height. He certainly had the height. He would dearly love to stick with Hamish and carry on to a greater height and maybe set a PB today. And here is Anya Dunlop-Brown. Silver medalist in the under-20s hammer throw earlier in March. Like that was around about that mid-30s, 36, 37 metres for Anya. So the bar still set at 2:05 in the high jump. We've got 6 competitors. Several have had 3 misses at a height and have pulled out already. So by the results that I've got in front of me, Tom Maloney had a 179, Hugo Jones 190. And then we're waiting to see what Adam Stack can produce on his final attempt. Well, I believe he might have already had his final attempt, and yes, that is Hamish Kerr preparing to 2:15. So the bar has moved up. Adam has exited the competition with the bar at 2:05, and now we're getting into that rarefied air of the 2 teens. So last year at the Com Games, this man jumped 2:25 to take the gold medal, and easy as you like, 2:15 ticks it off. He's looking good. Hamish is looking smooth. Those legs are looking poppy. And he made 2:15 look like a high hurdle. So great to see Hamish Kerr in that sort of form as we see Orla Motley in the hammer throw. And here's a update on where we are at with the long jump. So Hannah Sandilands I think we're now into round 3, has the lead with a 5.82. Ashley Bennett 5.78, and Bernice Cullen is in third place with a 5.33. So it looks like Hannah and Ashley are having a good old battle. Remember, Hannah set that PB last week at the Potts Classic of 6.20. Ashley Bennett, she's a 6 metre plus jumper at her best. So both of those will be looking to progress up towards that 6 metre mark as they go. But great to see Hannah Sandilands having a wonderful 2022 already. Her PB from last year was 5.91. She's already added 29 centimetres to that in her first outing at the Potts Classic, and won last weekend at the on Wednesday night at the Jumps to Music with a 5.95 ahead of Mariah Ririnui's 5.85. And Ashley Bennett was third in that particular event as well. Now the bar is going up, and we'll give Hamish a few minutes to take a rest, and then he'll be called back up. So the last man left in that high jump competition. He's certainly in a league of his own in the domestic world, and that's nothing against our other domestic athletes. We've got a whole bunch of them in the 2.0 somethings, but it really is another level once you're one of the world's best high jumpers, which Hamish Kerr is. Another good throw there from Lexi Maples, sending that hammer out into the Whanganui sky. So we're not too far away from the first of our track events tonight kicking off, and that will be the men's 400 metre hurdles. I think the men's go first. And yep, the men's go first, and then we kick into the women's 400 hurdles. And third in the, I was scanning through the start list to see if Portia Bing was lining up in the 400 hurdles, but she's actually on the start list for the 200. The 200 flat race. So the New Zealand 400 metre hurdles record holder is going to be doing the 200 metre tonight. And here is Lauren Bruce leading the competition in the hammer throw. She's out to 64.65. That was in round 2. This will be her third attempt. Lexi Maples hit 55.44. That won't improve on her 57.05. As we see Ellie Hurley-Langton in round 4. So we've culled the field in the long jump down to just 8 competitors, the final 8. So everyone enters gets 3 attempts, and then we take the top 8, and then we reverse the order from shortest jump to furthest jump for the final 3 rounds. Very similar to what we do with the throws as well. So Lauren Bruce, oh, big throw, well out beyond 60 metres, another sort of mid-60s throw. And we will cut over to the men's 400 metre final, 400 metre hurdles final. So in this one, we've got Nat Kirk, and James Hanson, Jonathan Maples, Cameron Moffat, Flynn Johnston, and Tom Maloney. So a good quality field of juniors and senior athletes coming into this one, looking nice and even in the early stages. Potentially Jonathan Maples making a bit of ground, the Whanganui athlete, making up a lot of that stagger. You can see there him jumping first, certainly coming around the bend, looking nice and strong. And this is the tricky part in the 400 hurdles, where the legs begin to tire. You come off that bend and you've still got 2 hurdles awaiting you, But here he goes, looking nice and strong. Jonathan Maples clearing that second to last hurdle. On the outside of him, Cameron Moffat's looking nice and strong. Over the last hurdle, Jonathan Maples steaming to the finish. Cameron Moffat will finish in second, and in third place, good strong run from the youngster James Hansen in third place. But it is the local boy, Jonathan Maples, the 21-year-old from Athletics Whanganui. He will take the win, using that tailwind to blow him home on the home straight. And good clean hurdling from Jonathan. So good to see our New Zealand senior men's 400 hurdle champion get his season of 400 hurdling underway with a good solid win. He's already posted a 56.89 from down in Dunedin earlier in the year. His best from last year was 55.67. So good to see him getting into those mid-50s. New Zealand record, of course, in the 400 hurdles owned by Cameron French from back in 2018 with a 49.33. All right, back to the long jump. Reminder, we're into the top 8 in round 4 now. There's Chloe Thompson. And oh, there we go. Look, so that's a good PB from Jonathan Maples, 54.33. Cameron Moffat, who, is the under-20 national champion, comes through with a 55.48. I believe that's a personal best for Cameron. So pretty impressive there from Cameron. And then James Hansen, good solid time from him as well, 56.60. So good 400-metre hurdling conditions. Not too much wind, but just enough wind to give you a little boost on the way home. Here's Hamish Kerr. Over he goes again, yet again. And let's see what height we've got on the bar now. He has sailed over 205 and then 210, 215. Clean as you like. And was that 220? Oh, 222. So there we go. So last meet was on Wednesday night at the Jumps to Music, cleared 221 and 222. How easy did that look? I don't know if we can bring up some replays on this, but my goodness, he is looking in stellar form, is Hamish Kerr, particularly at this time of the season. Remember, for a lot of our elite athletes who compete overseas, the peak of the season is actually July, August, September. And there we go. We're moved up to 229. Wow. Okay, now we mean business. And, you know, we're talking about Hamish Kerr not missing any height so far. And the bar's at 229 in New Zealand in January. Absolutely amazing stuff. So Hamish Kerr, indoor bronze medalist, Commonwealth Games gold medalist. And here we go. This is the start list for the women's 400 metre hurdles. We have on the inside Sophie Hancock, Paige Cromartie, Sophie Adams, Maddie Kelso-Heap, Maggie Jones, Georgia Whiteman, and Grace Wisniewski. So notably missing Portia Bing, who's lining up in the next race, the 200 metres, but still a quality field with a lot of these athletes looking to come through from the junior ranks and really stamp their mark. So the likes of Maggie Jones, the under-20 champion. Keep an eye out for her. She'll be running in lane 6. And really the magic magic number for a lot of these women that they'll be targeting this season, is to try and dip under that 60-second mark. It truly is a magic barrier to break through as a 400 hurdler. And here is Danny Shepherd-Oates clanging into the cage. Gets the red flag, of course. So, unfortunately, just coming unstuck on that one. But she's a consistent performer at the national level. Usually looking to get out into the mid-50s. So there's the shot put. Boys getting all warmed up. So if you've just tuned in to the coverage, welcome along to the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cooks Classic here at Cooks Gardens in Whanganui. We just celebrated the unveiling of the World Athletics plaque, of the heritage plaque for Cooks Gardens, really acknowledging what Peter Snell did here 61 years ago, breaking the world mile record, and then the 71 other male athletes who have gone sub 4 in the mile, breaking that incredible barrier. And we talk about the legends who have been on the track here.
First place, local Whanganui athlete, well performed, Javelin, was 54.33. Personal best for all three athletes on the podium in the position tonight. So they're well done, boys.
I think they're waiting on the hurdles to go, and then they'll kick into the others.
So Tom Walsh still going through his warm-ups. So what can Tom do to open up his season as we cross over to the women's 400? So Sophie Hancock runs in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Paige Cromartie. Sophie Adams is in lane 4. Maddie Kelso-Heap in lane 5. Maggie Jones in lane 6. Georgia Whiteman in lane 7. And Grace Wisniewski out in lane 8. And we are away in the 400 metres hurdles. And good even start. Maybe Sophie Adams looking strong over the first hurdle. And pretty even between Sophie Adams and Maddie Kelso-Heap. Very, very even. Look for Maggie Jones coming into it in lane 6 as well. But running on the inside in lane 4 there, Sophie Adams is looking pretty strong. And also in lane 2, Sophie Hancock running really well. Barely mentioned Sophie, but running on the inside, looking really, really strong in lane 2 is Sophie Hancock. Here she goes over the last hurdle, and on the outside, good strong finishes from Georgia Whiteman and Grace Wisniewski. So tight on the line. I want to say it was Grace, but My goodness, so much can happen over the last 100 metres of a hurdles race, and boy, did it what. I think it might have been Grace, but we're going to have to wait for the results to come up on that one.
One and two hugging each other. Out the way.
So the results have just come through to us. Grace Wisniewski takes it out, 102.49. Then it was Sophie Hancock, 102.66. And show how close it was. Everyone was in 0.32 of a second in that top three. Maggie Jones coming through for that third place, 102.81. So very nice, tight, close racing from the women in the 400 metres hurdles. And in the field, we have the women's hammer still happening, and the women's long jump. Hamish Kerr is now up to attempt number 2 in the high jump, and the bar is set at 2:29. So he has had a miss, proven that he's human. Finally had a miss, and he's just taking a seat now to get himself psyched to send himself up into the stratosphere with the bar at 2:29. What can Hamish Kerr produce tonight? Just composing himself. Started this competition so well. Perfect clearances at all heights, and then just a miss at 2:29. One miss at 2:29, which, let's keep in mind, 2:25 was good enough for gold at the Commonwealth Games. And he finished in 8th place in his group at the World Champs with a 2:25. But at the World Indoors, that 2:31 got him the bronze medal. And there was Tom Walsh just casually throwing out to the 20-metre mark in his warm-ups. All right, here he is. After a little rest, he's back in it. I believe he gets 3 minutes between each attempts when there's no one else competing with him. Gets the crowd behind him. Here he is, Hamish Kerr, second attempt at 2:29. What's he got? Oh, well, the height was there. Maybe just came down a little bit early with the mid portion of his back. Helps the officials get the bar back on, because it is a bit of a challenge when it's up at 2:29. Those officials are doing quite well. I think I'd need a step ladder in these sorts of situations. So second miss at 2:29. And let's have another look at it. So, but was it his leg? It may have been his leg. So Terry Lomax, coach, the Athletics New Zealand High Performance Team. We've got a slow-mo replay. All the Brains Trust adding their 2 cents. Well, a bit more than 2 cents. And we'll see if Hamish can go clear at 2:29. Wouldn't that be amazing to see that this early in the year in cool conditions? The wind really won't be a factor for him, but it's probably the temperature out there that's the main factor. Good to see the track drying up now after we had rain here earlier in the day. And here's Lexi Maples in the hammer. The best from early in the competition of 57.05. Spinning, releasing, staying in the circle, and keeps the hammer inside the throwing sector. It's looking like it'll probably be about 53 metres, 54 from my angle. Oh, and steaming down the runway. Hannah Sandilands just pulling out of that one. She came in with just bucket loads of speed. They're still going to measure it because it's technically not a foul jump, but it definitely won't count towards her best. So standings in the women's long jump, Hannah Sandilands still has the lead, 5.82, but only 4 centimetres now ahead of Ashley Bennett. In third place is Bernice Cullen. Now over in the hammer, Lauren Bruce continues to lead with that 65.98. Pretty impressive. Just going through the processes in her mind.
First place, Grace Wisniewski, 62.49. All three of these young ladies are representing New Zealand schools tonight after their efforts of performances at Inglewood in December. They tell me they've all got personal bests as well.
So based over in Melbourne these days with her coach Dale Stevenson, who has relocated back to Australia. It was great to have him here as part of the Athletics New Zealand coaching team. But now, after several years away with COVID, border closures and all that, now back with his family. And so Lauren has joined the team back in Melbourne. And here we go. Hamish Kerr, final attempt at 2:29. Can he do it? Oh! Wow, it was close. Boy, has this boy put on a show this afternoon here at Whanganui. The crowd has been amazed at his ability to just fly over the bar at 2:05, 2:10, 2:15, 2:22. And then 2:29 was just a little bit too far for him tonight, but good signs. His season is heading in the right direction. And let's have a look at this technique. Our greatest high jumper in history, and you know, there wasn't much in it. You've got to think that he's only a couple of tweaks of the dials away from clearing that sort of height and getting him right close back to that New Zealand record shape. As we see Mia Bartlett from the weighted upper in the hammer throw. All right, now we've got the 200 metres running. The women's 200 metres, so we have Sasha Kilmeister, Maddie Wilson, Portia Bing, Adira Collette, Lone Ville, Shael Collette and Tamsin Harvey. Let's see if Portia can take it to the youngsters. She has the lead at the moment, but on the outside, Shael looking nice and strong as well. Can Portia hold on? She does. Portia Bing, the 400 metre hurdles national record holder, will take out the 200 metres ahead of a strong finishing Shael Collette. Good to see that strength from Shael, really hanging on to that speed, with obviously the strength of Portia Bing to chase outside of her. So the 29-year-old Portia Bing, she will take the win. And there, Shael Collette looking pretty stoked as well with her run. As the results come on through, we can say that Portia Bing had 24.14. Shael with a 24.27 and Tamsin Harvey with a 24.70. Still waiting on wind readings to come through. So there you go, there's a summation of the results. So Shael really showing her strength over that 200 metre distance. Very impressive after her win in the 100 metres. To hang that close with the world champs representative in the 400 hurdles. So Continuing on with the Whanganui Eye Care women's 200 metres. This is the B final. And I believe we've got Verdi Kestrup on the inside, and then next to her Lily Bing, Sarah Pearce, Georgia Whiteman, Ellen Schaaf and Morgan Wilson. And they're away nice and cleanly. Looked like a good start there from Sarah Pearce in lane 4, already making up quite a lot of that stagger. On the outside of her, Ellen Schaaf running well as well, but it's Sarah Pearce who's coming off the bend nice and strong, standing up onto her toes now into the home straight. She's pulling away, also running well, Ellen Schaaf, but it is Sarah Pearce running very well. Can she hang on, or can Ellen hunt her down? It is Sarah Pearce. She'll hang on for first place. Second looked like it was Georgia Whiteman from North Harbour Bays, finishing in third place. So Sarah Pearce takes it out. The 31-year-old against Ellen Schaaf, who is also 31. So good to see these ladies into their 30s running very, very fast in the 200 metres. So Sarah Pearce coming through with a 26.74. Ellen Schaaf 26.97. And we're going to wrap up the results from the women's long jump shortly as well. That has now concluded. So shortly we'll be able to bring up those results. We're into round 5 with the hammer, and for those who have just joined us, we saw Hamish Kerr flying through the sky. He tapped out at 2:29, missing that height 3 times, so his score will be 2:22. Nice round number. Adds 1 centimetre to his best from Wednesday night at the Jumps to Music meet in Hawera. And there's a recap of those results. So Sarah Pearce looking very strong in 26.74. Georgia Whiteman in second, and Ellen Schaaf also given second with the same time. And now we're getting ready for the 200 metres. So we saw that man on screen, Joseph Miller, earlier in the 100, looking nice and strong. Good, always like it when Joseph is healthy and running well. The New Zealand 200 metre record holder, so this probably more his favoured event, but also favoured events. The man next to him, Tommy Tapuni. Now, I have not seen him warm up, and he was scratching from the 100, so we will wait and see whether Tommy is in this. Also, Cody Wilson, Zachary Saunders. It's a good field. Tyrone Trego, the 100 metre champ from the New Zealand secondaries. So from lane 1, we've got Tyrone Trego, Josh Ledger in lane 2. Lane 3 is Tommy Tapuni. He is there. Good to see. Joseph Miller in lane 4. Lane 5 is Cody Wilson, which looks like it is empty. Then it's Zachary Saunders, who went to the Commonwealth Games representing Jersey, I believe. Angus Liver is in lane 7, and then Troy Middleton, the 19-year-old from Waitakere, in lane 8. The 200 metres here at the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cooks Classic. What's it going to be? Can Tommy Tapuni take down the New Zealand 200 metre record holder? Can Zachary Saunders use that 100 metre speed to steam home? Looks like Tommy Tapuni's got the good lead. Here he goes, pulling away at the moment, driving those legs, pushing away to the finish. It's going to be Tommy Tapuni, then Zachary Saunders, and then a fast finishing Angus Liver on the outside. Or was it Troy Middleton on the outside? very close for third place with a tying up Joseph Miller, maybe a little tired after the 100 metres earlier, but that was dominant from Tommy Tapuni. I wonder if we can catch a replay of that one, because that was a dominant final 100 metres as he came off the bend with so much speed. He is a really graceful runner when he gets up on his toes, gets those knees driving. He's a taller athlete, which is ideally suited for sort of the 200, 400. Of course, that's been the theory until Usain Bolt came along and turned the theory right upside down, proved you can be tall as a 100-metre runner as well. But usually the 200, 400 ideal body shape is the longer levers. Slower to get up to speed, but once you're up to speed, they can chew up the ground in front of you. And we've got another heat in the 200 metres. So one more in the senior men's. So let's have a look at this. Tommy Tapuni coming off the bend. Look at him just standing up nice and tall. Zachary Saunders really got into his work here. And then on the outside, that fast finish by Troy Middleton. I think he might have just pipped his way into a third place. But Tommy Tapuni looking really, really good. Impressive running from Tommy Tapuni. And he's given 21.16 for that 200, so that is moving. Zachary Saunders 21.62. Troy Middleton does just inch ahead of Joseph Miller with a 21.92. And there we have the lineup. The big boys have arrived at the eastern end of the ground. There's Liam Nachok-Wolf, Ryan Ballantyne, Tom Walsh. Well, I think we're just told that Ryan Ballantyne may be a scratching, unfortunately. All right, this field has Sam Ridsdale, Mitch Joint, the T64 athlete, Forbes Kennedy, Ben Lambert, Seb Skelton, Charles Royal, and Sarevi Sauce. And coming off the bend, running really well in lane 5, Ben Lambert already with a big lead. Running well inside of him, Forbes Kennedy's looking nice and strong. Bit of action coming from the three behind them, but it is Ben Lambert out of Paraparaumu. Holds strong in the middle of the track. Impressive running from Ben Lambert, the 18-year-old. Very, very strong. And given 22.31 for the win. And it looks like Mitch Joint was a non-starter in that one. I think that might be a personal best for Ben. It's pretty close to it. After getting second place at the Potts Classic last weekend. So edging down into those low 22s. So good work from Ben. Now next up on the track will be the first of our New Zealand mile champs. So this will be the men's under 20 mile champs. Of course, last weekend at the Potts Classic we had the under 20 3,000 metre champs. So we notched the distance down by about 1,400 metres. And we see what these boys have got over the mile as we see a decathlete getting alongside a true shot putter. It's always good to see the multi-eventers coming across into the various field events. You know, just finish up in the high jump and then over, warm up the arms, ready for the shot. And we're shortly getting to the end of the women's hammer throw as well, so we'll try and make sure we capture Lexi and Lauren's final throws there as we get underway with the men's shot put. A bit of action because we've also got the men's long jump kicking off as well, and the women's high jump starting shortly down the other end of the track. So blessing Sefor. New Zealand Secondary Schools champion in the shot put. So that was the bar set for the women's high jump. That'll be the entry height. But here he is. From one Commonwealth gold medalist to another, we shoot off to Tom Walsh. Down the other end of the stadium here at the Cook's Gardens. And that one is a good start. That looks already... I think that's the 20-metre barrier. It looks like 2022 has already kicked off. First throw of the year. That must be 20 metres, surely. If my eyesight's good for anything, surely Tom Walsh is up over 20 metres at the early stages of the season. And for Tom Walsh, that Commonwealth Games must have felt pretty good alongside Jacko Gillen. Pretty special to have the New Zealand silver fern on top of the podium, gold and silver. Oh, and just stepping over. It's tough for Nick Palmer. First round. Just a bit too eager with that one, losing the balance over the board as we see Lemna Chok Wolf. And that mullet of his is definitely coming along. It's been a work in progress, but it's looking pretty flash. It's the left-handed thrower. New Zealand Secondary Schools champ a couple of years ago, multiple times junior champ, now using the senior implement and good first opener. He's been dropping PBs, but he has stepped over, as you can see. But it looked like it was out beyond 16 metres. Not that it counts, of course. And we're underway with this high jump competition, and over in the hammer circle it is what I believe is the final round, the final throw for Lauren Bruce, who's already won the competition, so this is a bit of a victory lap for her, as Lauren Bruce, the New Zealand record holder, has a 65.98 to her name so far tonight. Can she improve on that? She's got the win in the bag. This is the victory throw, and out it goes, sailing beyond the 60-metre mark. I don't think it's going to improve on that 65.98, but a solid series from Lauren Bruce, all peppering that mid-60s range, and she will be your winner tonight. Lexi Maples finished strongly with a 55.98. which didn't quite better her first round throw of 57.05. So she's in second, and then finishing in third, Danny Shepherd-Oates with a 52.55 from round number 1. So that rounds off the hammer throw here at Cook's Gardens at the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cook's Classic. As we shift our attention over to the other end of the ground with the men's shot, and also the bar going up to 163 in the women's high jump. So let me run through the start list. We've got Amber Trow, Maddie Wilson, Josephine Reeves, Courtney Trow, Mia DeJager, Imogen Skelton, Alexandra Highland, and Keely O'Hagan. A quality field in the women's high jump. Really exciting. A lot of those girls have PB'd in the last 12 months. As we see Blessing Sefor wearing the New Zealand Secondary Schools colours as the New Zealand Secondary Schools shot put champion. And coming up shortly on the track will be the men's under 20 mile. And just perfect timing coming into the commentary booth to join me is none other than Rod Dixon, who I believe set his first ever 4-minute mile on this track. Is that right?
Yes.
The first ever 4-minute mile. Wow. Do you remember the year?
1974.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, as we see a good throw there from Tom, getting that shot out beyond 20 metres. So that's Tom Walsh now into his second round of the shot put. So good early signs from Tom. Looked like he may have added, let's say, another 50 metres odd. But looking good early stages from Tom Walsh. So Rod Dixon, bronze medalist from 1972 in the metric mile, but you must have had, well, you've obviously got an affinity with the mile, because it wasn't just in your elite athletic part of your career that you've focused on the mile, but now also giving back with kids, really encouraging them to get out there and run a mile.
Yes, well, it's obviously, I think, certainly when I spent time with Roger Bannister and went to Iffley Road, and then of course Peter Snell and Murray Hilberg and Bill Bailey all running the mile and the 4x1 mile relays that we had against the Oregon runners. There was always something fascinating about running the mile, and it's so cool to see it being reinstated. In fact, we're just looking down here now, and the junior mile is about to start.
Absolutely, as we see Liam Nachok Wolf, who's certainly one of the young up-and-comers now using the senior shot put implement, manages to stay in, and that's a good throw. Gets the white flag on this occasion, and that one's out around about that 16-metre mark, so getting up towards his personal best. So the start list for this under-20 New Zealand mile champs is Tane Patel, George Wiley, Nick Davies, Liam O'Donnell, Daniel Prescott, Elliot Pugh, Daniel Sinclair, Lorcan Rabbit, Callum Murray, Joshua Fitzgerald, Joshua Gill, William Larkin, Zach O'Dwyer, Alfie Steedman, Finland Bailey, Toby Caro, Thomas Barry, and James McLeod. That's a good solid field here. Now, what are we looking at in terms of tactics? Because there'll be elbows and spikes flying everywhere out there, Rod.
Well, they're very well behaved, quite frankly. They're settling in. There's one or two little elbows going, and this is my space, don't encroach. Yeah. But I think they're starting to settle in now. We've got the leader who's just making it kind of honest. So the others are, as much as they're trying to settle in, they need to watch those couple of guys in the front, because they're starting to stretch out a bit long. I mean, if you're at the back, it's nearly going to be 30, 40 yards to get up to the leaders. So they need to bunch up a little bit more.
And they go through the first 400, so the first quarter mile is done. And we've got the two Daniels out the front, so Daniel Sinclair and Daniel Prescott leading the way at the moment. But it's, yeah, like you say, single file and well stretched out. I can see Alfie Steedman, I don't know if you saw the New Zealand secondary schools, but he set a new junior record at the New Zealand secondary schools, 3,000 metres. Yeah.
Yep.
He ran a brilliant race up the front, and we've got this great young crop of young athletes coming through. So Alfie Steedman is surely one to watch here, but a lot of these young kids, the likes of Elliot Pugh, will be looking to be right up there as we get to the business end. So coming up 800 metres, what's sort of going through your mind at this sort of stage, Rod?
Well, if I was in the, when I look at it, that I would be about 4th or 5th right now in this, keeping an eye on things just coming in, just making sure they're not getting too far away. Wonderfully, there's not a lot of jostling going on, so the athletes are starting to settle into their rhythm, and so they've gone through with 2 laps to go, and this third lap will be a defining third lap, and we're just starting to set now a little bit of a break between the first group and the second group, and if those from that second group don't move up, they're just not going to get back on again.
Absolutely. So we go through about 900 metres, so 600, and this third lap's often the one that can get you. You've really got to pay attention and make sure you keep that pace nice and honest.
And they've picked up the pace. It looks really good. It looks quite solid at the moment.
So moving to the front is Alfie Steedman, who we talked about running that wonderful New Zealand junior secondary schools record in the 3,000 metres. And here he is in the mile, going to the front, keeping that pace in the third lap. Nice and quick, looking like he's maybe just stretching those bungee cords a little, Rod Dixon.
He is, and I like that. He's gone with, about 500 yards to go, 500 metres to go, and he's making it tough. He's going to make that last lap really... anybody sitting, waiting, and there we are, they're down to 4 now. In fact, it's going down to 3. So he's sorted them out. He's really done a good job.
Absolutely, and it looks like the two Athletics Tauranga athletes are running well, just managing to keep track of him, but it is Alfie Steedman who put in that surge, about 400 or 500 metres to go, and he's still holding that lead, but right on their tail is Elliot Pugh, just tucked in there, just slipping off the back now is Callum Murray. Can Elliot Pugh respond? It is Alfie Steedman who has the lead. Elliot Pugh just tucked in. Is he going to surge past him, or Alfie, can he find another gear? He does, and he pulls away. Alfie Steedman, he is going to be your under 20 mile champion for 2023. What a run from 600 metres to go. Took the lead and accelerated from there, and it's the two Tauranga athletes who'll come through to take the silver and bronze. What a run from the youngster Alfie Steedman, just 16 years of age.
16, oh my gosh. there's talent there, and he's got a very good tactical sense to his running, and if anybody knows his coach, the coach is doing a good job, so congratulations, coach. And the people that are surrounding him are doing a great job. So, yeah, they're very encouraging. I'm very inspired by these young guys going out there and doing that.
Now, the times coming through is 4:09 as we see Tom Walsh lining up for his third throw. He was out beyond 20 metres. That one looked like it just may have slipped a little in the hand. A bit of pain in the hand, but 4:09.96 was Alfie's time, which I make about 56-second last lap. So he was steaming after already having to do a bit of work earlier in that third lap as well. So Elliot Pugh picks up second place with the 4:11, and Callum Murray 4:13 after the early work he did at the front of the race early on, rewarded with a very solid time. Now, in 16, 17 years of age, if you're running 4:09, 4:11, you've got to be pretty happy with that.
Yes, I think that they were good times. It was a good race, and what I do like now that they're down there, they're all together, they're all sharing the moment, and that's very important as they move on. That there's got to be camaraderie, there's got to be that community, and they're showing now the genuine love of the sport and love of that event.
Yeah, really cool. Wow, so making memories on the same track that Peter Snell set that world record 61 years ago yesterday. And here we have the next generation applying their craft over that famous 1,609 metre distance. Here we have Josephine Reeves, the bar on the high jump. I'll try and get an update. I believe is 168, and she sails over, nice as clean as you like, just tickles the bar on the way over, but looked pretty comfy at that. So the next race up on the track will be the women's under 20 mile, and we've got a good field of 12 athletes lining up in this one. And we'll run through that start list shortly as we can see a few little drops hitting the camera. Now, what do you think of the conditions out there for mile running, Rod? Would you be happy getting out there?
I like that. The key is there's no wind. And that's the key. So a little bit more moisture in the air helps the runners. There's not too much water on the track, so you're not flicking out water and chilling the legs off. So as long as they warm up, I'm surprised the runners don't keep their leggings on longer. I would tend to leave it right to the last 10 seconds before I stripped off just to keep the legs really warm and not chilled off, because that's the key. Is starting out fast, you need to be completely warm. But a lot of runners start out slow because they're not quite warmed up, and that's where that mile, they lost a couple of seconds in that first lap. If they had been better warmed up, they might have run that a little bit quicker.
Mia Diega sails over in the early rounds of this competition. Now she's the junior New Zealand Secondary Schools high jump champion. And 400 metre champion, I believe. Let me just double check that one. Yes, she got that famous double of high jump and 400 metres. So showing her versatility across track and field. And almost left her coach hanging for a moment there. And so, Rod, you've been based in New Zealand. Well, most of your sort of post-athletic life has been based mostly in the States. Would that be fair to say?
Yes. Well, the boycott in 1980, I moved to road racing.
Yeah.
And then from that period, running through, and then I remember in 1984, I was having a coffee actually with Mayor Tom Bradley at the time. And I asked him, why doesn't the city of Los Angeles have a marathon like Boston and London and New York? And he turned to his people and he said, because you just hosted the Olympic marathon.
Absolutely.
Millions of people on the course.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, and that's what we started.
Wow.
He said, well, you better come and work for the program. And I did. And so we went through that period. And then I started the kids program. And that was my inspiration, because Sir Edmund Hillary had asked me to give back to the youth. And so I thought that was my thing.
That's awesome.
And I see the official starter for the girls' race is Catherine Switzer.
Amazing. There we go.
Very cool.
You're never too far from a legend in the sport in New Zealand athletics. So here we are away in the women's under 20 mile champs. We have Amelia Joyce from North Harbour Bays, Louise Brabin from representing the New Zealand secondaries team, Neve Motley from Timaru, Bo Ritchie from the New Zealand secondaries team, Sarah Jury from Hamilton Hawks, Jamie Dunnett-Welch from Hastings, Courtney Fitzgibbon from Palmerston North, Poppy Martin from Lake City Athletics, Emma Ferguson from Fielding Moor, Sasha Latika from Takapuna, Sophie Dennett-Welch from Hastings, and Mackenzie Morgan from North Harbour Bay. So a quality field, and straight to the front goes the recently crowned 3,000 metre under 20 champion Bo Ritchie, and she looks like she's come with a bit of a game plan.
Yes. She's gonna make this from work. She's gonna make them work from the gun, and she's into a nice rhythm. Seeing the girls are a little bit more compact with their running. They're starting to spread out a little bit now, but she's setting a good pace, and that's what's sorting them out.
So Emma Ferguson just tucked in behind her, keeping a close eye on proceedings as Bo Ritchie leads them through the first 400. And as you say, it's single file, but not very spread out. Everyone's within Kui, and just as I say, that may be a little bit of a gap.
Yes.
It's starting to appear, and this is the stage in the race where you want to stay nice and alert to make sure those gaps don't get too big.
Yes, I think it's down to the top 5, but then the next 5 are a little bit spread out. They should be working a little bit more together, but they may reconnect. It's interesting that the gap hasn't gotten bigger.
And it looks like the rain is just starting to settle in a little bit more, but as Rod said, the wind is still very, very light. We've got Mackenzie Morgan sitting in 3rd place, and then Emma Ferguson is in 2nd, leading as she has done the whole way, and we're almost 800 metres into this mile race, is Bo Ritchie out the front, the under 23,000 metre champ. And she leads this front pack of 5 athletes, and then there's a couple of athletes sort of in no woman's land, getting a bit isolated there, and we'll see if they can bridge that gap onto that leading 5 who are pulling away from the rest of the field at the moment, set by this good solid pace from Bo Ritchie.
Yeah, very strong pace now. I think we're down to the... Well, it looks like to me that the first 4, a little bit of a gap coming to the 5th runner, and then quite a long gap back to the others. So I think this is it. They're going to come round.
Now talk to us, Rod, about the impact of doing what Bo Ritchie is doing, running from the front. What sort of fatigue and mental pressure does that put on you when you take the Steve Prefontaine route and running from the front?
Well, some athletes are just born to do that, and they do respond. And I would often ask a race director, who have you got in the race? And as soon as I heard of a Steve Prefontaine, I said, that's me, because I like to run from the gun.
Yeah, nice.
And not be, and the Europeans tended to be more tactical and sit back, whereas New Zealanders, we always had runners that would go out and go for it.
Awesome.
Because they knew that they didn't have the speed, but they'll take the strength out of you, which means that you don't have the speed.
Well, great to see Bo Ritchie doing exactly that as they go through the bell at 3:43 and running with her at the moment and looking pretty good. Right up on her shoulder is Emma Ferguson. So these two running shoulder to shoulder at this stage in the race.
Yes, they've made a nice gap, and that's down to these two.
Emma Ferguson now really getting up onto her toes, making a good strong move, and look at this, they are in sync perfectly stride for stride. Emma Ferguson having to run the long way around, and this is good running from Bo Ritchie. She's more than allowed to hold her place on the rail there, make Emma run a little bit further. Bo is holding on, and now she pulls away. She finds that final gear. She's led from the front. She will add to the 3,000 metre title, the mile title. Wonderful run there from Emma Ferguson to come through for 2nd place, a well-deserved 2nd. And then I think it's Poppy Martin who will come through and pick up the bronze. But that was a fantastic finish for this mile race. Boy, oh boy. That last 200 metres, that was electric.
She really showed her strength, and that comes from the 3,000 metres. So she made the girls work hard right from the gun, and with incredible determination led that out the whole way. Catch me if you can. And then with 110 to go, she was not giving up that lead and had that little bit of the extra. Beautiful, great race. That was very inspiring.
And it was great tactics from Emma Ferguson to go for the pass just before the 200. You can cut in and own that rail, but Bo was just adamant. She wanted to hold the rail, and it was so wonderful.
Giving that up.
Yeah, wonderful to see those two running stride for stride. So brilliant display of tactics, and I'm loving this hairdo beard combination. As we click over to the men's javelin, which is just kicked off. So things coming thick and fast at the moment. We've got the women's high jump, we've got the men's shot put, and there's the awards, the top 3 being handed out for the women's hammer. Lauren Bruce, another win to carry on her successful 2023 so far. And I have to ask you, Rod, you know, in the Peter Snell era, we were known as a middle distance nation, and now looking around the track, we've got a gold medalist in the high jump, a gold medalist in the shot put, and we've got world champion representatives across all the disciplines. Is that kind of cool to come home to see athletics thriving across the disciplines?
Yes, definitely. And I was always kind of disappointed that our athletes of my era were not given the opportunity. I mean, we had to pretty well do everything ourselves, organise our tour, organise everything. And then, of course, these athletes just didn't get the breaks that they really should have been getting. But now it's, I mean, with Valerie Adams and Tom Walsh inspiring these young athletes to step up. And now we've realised that we've actually got that talent. It's actually lying within us. And it's just now giving them more opportunity, these young people, to especially, and it was very interesting because I've just seen that the World Cross Country in Bathurst, Australia coming up, that New Zealand is sending a lot of young athletes and a lot of, whereas traditionally it was just the men and the women, but now it's different age groups and giving a broader sense of a challenge to a lot more athletes. And that's what it's about participation, and it's about learn by doing. And you won't do that unless you send these kids away. So
absolutely,
congratulations that they're doing it.
I mean, Zoe Hobbs is probably the perfect story, really, getting that experience in 2021 and then 2022, just absolutely lighting things up with the 100-metre record. I think she set it 4 times in the space of 6 months, and now, competing at world semi-finals, and same with Eddie Osai and Ketsia. So great to see New Zealand athletics alive across the board. And I'll would love to have you back to guide us through the senior mile champs as well.
I'd love to do it. Thank you.
And that will be exciting as well, because we've got plenty more talented athletes coming through in the middle distance ranks as well.
And that's a big field. It's a big field. It's going to be very exciting, and I'm already predicting 6 under sub-4.
Wow, so there we go. We heard it here first. So thanks so much, Rod, and we'll book you back in for, what is it, about 40 minutes time.
40 minutes.
We'll let you go and grab a drink and see you back here shortly.
It was Arnold would say, I'll be back.
Brilliant. So Rod Dixon, great to have his thoughts in the studio, guiding us through these miles. Thanks so much, Rod, as we cross back to the shot put. See Nick Palmer dealing with wet conditions. These boys dried up with a dry warmed up with a dry circle, and now they have the challenge of dealing with water on the surface. And of course, water getting on the shot. You've got to always make sure you bring a towel, make sure you bring the chalk. So standings at the moment, Tom Walsh is out to 21.09. 21.09 at this stage in the year. My goodness, he's already over 21 metres. Let's see what he's got. I think I'm not sure if they're round, but anyway, here he goes. Tom Walsh, that is a good throw again. The crowd liked it. He liked it. He puts the hands up. I think that must have been the 6th round there from Tom Walsh. That looks like it's just a tick over 20 metres. But there we go. That blue flag for the meet record must have been very close to that. 21.09 metres. That is a way to kickstart your season. Nick Palmer, incidentally, is in 1883. And that is not quite a PB, because he set his PB a week or so ago, throwing 19.16. But Lem the Chook Wolf, I'm pretty sure, has thrown a big old PB. It was 16.20 something, and now he's moved up to 17.24. So Lem the Chook Wolf continues to move northwards with the senior implement in the shot put. Great to see. And now this Javelin field, let me run through the start list. We have Jared Neighbours, Bradley Bidouin, Clay Graham, CJ Graham, sorry, Max Atwell, Felicie Vahai Sosaya, Kyle van der Merwe, Josh Woodhead, Nat Kirk, Doe Botta, Ethan Phillips and Caleb Soller. So a good field of 11 athletes lining up in the Javelin. And we've got the senior men's long jump happening as well. Things are coming thick and fast in the field. And in the high jump, things are out to 178. We're into the second attempt at 178. So I'll bring you an update of who has gone clear. Kelly O'Hagan, Imogen Skelton, Mia Diega. Josephine Reeves was out with the best of 168. So from what we can see, there are 3 athletes remaining in that high jump competition as we see the boys wrap up after the shot put. And there is CJ Graham with the lights on now here at Cook's Garden. Starting to look a little bit more gloomy with a bit of rain just settling in now. I'm sure the middle distance runners in the mile won't be complaining too much about the rain, because the wind is definitely not a factor today. So there's Imogen Skelton. Opting for the full tights. Opting for the warmth. And here she goes. Oh, yes. Very good from Imogen at 178. Now, Imogen is part of the trio of female high jumpers who are just progressing so wonderfully at the moment. She won the jumps to music last week. On Wednesday this week with a 181, and she looked very smooth there with that 178. So Alexandra Highland is the other one who's now moved into that 180 club with a 181 PB. Finishing second last week. And here is Mia Diega. Oh, and the height wasn't too bad. Out she goes in the competition. So Mia Diega finishes with a best of 173. Good final attempt at 178, but it isn't to be today. And here's Luke Moffat. And up goes the bar to 182.
And the honours for the Phillips and X-Call Athletics New Zealand Under 20 Mile Championship for Women goes to Bo Ritchie in 4:49.07.
Back to the senior men's javelin. Kyle van der Merwe with the wonderful combination of a great mullet and beard. Always good to see. And in their blocks, just going through their start warm-ups. And strides is the field for the women's 400. And there is Jordan Peters, who we saw on screen earlier, giving a few high jump tips to Hamish Kerr. Must have worked because he flew over 222. And I must say, when you watch Jordan Peters do the long jump, he goes vert before he goes long. It's incredible how much height he gets, even in the long jump. Anyway, over to the women's 400. So we have Lone Veal, from France, Jennifer Hawke from Germany/New Zealand, Rosie Elliott, New Zealand 400 metre champ, Jessica Thornton, Ellie Bear from Australia, Portia Bing from Waitakere City, and Izzy Neal from North Harbour Bays, Mia Powell from New Zealand secondary. So good international feel in this one. Be interesting what the Aussies can bring to this, because remember in the Aussie champs back in March, all the Kiwi girls went over and clean swept on the entire field of the 100, 200 and 400. It was absolute domination by the Kiwi speedsters. And so let's see what the Aussies can do coming over here and bring their best to our top 400 metre runners. So great to see Portia. She'll be doubling back from that win in the 200 metres. But we've got Isabel Neal and Rosie Elliott. There's Rosie Elliott, World Champs representative in the 400. Talking to fellow World Champs representative in the 400 hurdles. Rosie Elliott got the late call-up based on the World Athletics point system about 2 weeks before the World Champs. In the middle of COVID isolation, she was sick in bed with COVID, and then 2 weeks later was racing in her first ever World Champs. Brilliant scenes. All right, back to this high jump competition. Here's Keely O'Hagan, Commonwealth Games representative. And she misses in the first attempt at 182. So a reminder, Keely O'Hagan set a PB of 189 to finish 6th in the Com Games. Incredible performance, adding a centimetre to her personal best. As we see Cameron Moffat, the 21-year-old out of Dunedin. And here's Caleb Sola, representing Lower Hutt Athletics in the javelin. The left-handed thrower sending the javelin. Good, strong throw from Caleb Sola. Right, so this 400 metre race, this is going to be hot. Now, the stadium announcer just announced the meet record, which is held by an Australian, 51-something. Well, imagine this has got to be pretty quick to take out this title. This is going to be one of the races of the night. It's an absolutely stacked field. I'll run through it again. We've got Lionville from France, the 19-year-old. Jenny Hawke, better known as an 800 metre runner. And she'll be running in lane 2. Rosie Elliott is there in lane 3. In lane 4 is Jessica Thornton from Australia. Ellie Bear, her fellow Aussie, is in lane 5. Then Portia Bing in lane 6. Lane 7 is Isabel Neal. And then Mia Powell, the up-and-coming junior, out in lane 8. And it looks like Isabel Neal is not there in lane 7. So late scratching. Here it is, the 400 metre final at the 2023 Cooks Classic. And looks like a good strong start there from Portia Bing in lane 6, already making up a lot of that stagger. And going with her is Ellie Bear, looking really strong as well, as we see Keely just taking the bar down. Now Ellie Bear has definitely made up a bit of that stagger. Also looking pretty good is Rosie Elliott, who comes past Jessica Thornton from Australia. Portia Bing is right there with Ellie Bear. What's this stagger going to do as they come round the final bend and come onto the home straight? Rosie Elliott is humming as they come onto the home straight. We've got 100 metres to run. It is Rosie Elliott with the lead. Portia Bing, can she pull it back? Rosie Elliott is pulling away now. Here she is, steaming to the finish line. Rosie Elliott busts through the finishing tape. Wow, what a run from Rosie Elliott. She really came home so strong in that final 200 metres. Man, oh man. I was wondering if Portia might have held on over the last 100 metres and used the strength that she has from the 400 hurdles. But what a run from Rosie Elliott, and the time is given at 52.16. 52.16. My gosh, that is a new New Zealand record in the 400 metres. Did we dare dream there would be a New Zealand record in the rain here and the wind that we've had around the North Island with this low pressure system that's moved down? But there we go. It's going to click over to reveal Rosie Elliott as the... I've sort of jumped ahead of myself because it's 52.16, which would be a PB. But not quite a New Zealand record, so don't get too excited, Hayden. That's a big PB. The New Zealand record, of course, is held by Kim Robertson, 51.60. Okay, you can take your seats, everyone. Still remain excited, but not quite national record excited. I'll confirm these results as they come through. Yeah. So over the stadium announcements, we believe that that has been confirmed as a new resident record. So impressive from Rosie Elliott. You know, 12 months ago, she wasn't even a 400 metre runner. She was focused on the 100 and the 200. And then about mid-February 2022 decided I might give this one lapper a whirl. And boy, has it paid off for her as we see the bar on 182. Plenty of action happening. As we see Van der Merwe in the Javelin, the bar is going up to 185. So clear in the high jump. Trying to get an update. I believe Keely is still live and alongside Imogen. I've been so distracted by what's happening in the 400 metres. New Zealand resident records. What I thought might have been a national record outright, but I'm just going through and going to confirm for you the New Zealand resident record in the 400 metres. Well, it is 51.60, so I'm not sure what the announcement was. It may have been the stadium record that we heard over the stadium announcements, but 52.16, that's a fantastic time from Rosie Elliott and really shows the sort of form that she's in after a break, thinking that we'd just broken a New Zealand record. It was very close. Right, so I'll bring you up to speed with what's been happening in the field. We had the men's shot put conclude not long ago with Tom Walsh taking that out with a massive throw of 21.09. Keeping in mind that usually in his New Zealand domestic season, he sort of adds half a metre every time he comes out. And by national champs, he's sort of up around that high 21s. He's already in the 21s, so let's add half a metre for the next 4 meets, and well, you can do the maths. So hopefully that's a sign of good things to come from Tom Walsh. So good start from Tom. Keely, O'Hagan, and I believe Imogen are still in the competition now at 187 in the bar with the high jump. Just trying to get confirmation of that. We have the men's javelin going on, and over in the men's long jump, we've got Lewis Arthur with the lead with a 6.86, Cameron Moffat with a 6.67, Brendan Barnett with a 6.62. So very close competitive jumping in the long jump.
For the minor 10 metre men's shot put. The big men of the competition tonight, field being presented by Lucy Oliver from Whanganui. Third place tonight, we had Liam Chukwu, all the way from Pak'N'Save, and a big
And there's
first
the
place
top
tonight,
three
17:24.
in the shot put, in the rain, collecting their prizes. Lucy Oliver, formerly Lucy Van Dalen, 2012 and 2016 Olympic representative in the 1500 metres and then the 5000 in Rio. So she's a local and a mum now. So we're going to catch some of Tom's highlights. Here he is when the track was a little bit drier, making the most of those conditions. And look at that, pretty happy. That's like, ah, yes, that's how I wanted to start 2023. There we go. And I would imagine that 21:09 is a outdoor shot put world lead. Be very surprised if it's not. All right, lining up are the boys in the one lapper, the 400 metres. We have in lane 1, Finn O'Sullivan, lane 2, Josh Ledger, lane 3, Max Atwell, lane 4, Tommy Tapuni. Will we see him? No, lane 4 is empty after that big win in the 200. In lane 5, James Ford. Lane 6 is Fergus McClay, lane 7, Troy Middleton, and lane 8, Aidan Porritt. So expect this to be won in something sub 50 seconds. We know that Fergus McClay can run well under 50. Same with Troy Middleton, James Ford, National Secondary Schools 400 metre and 800 metre champ. There's the field. And we are away in the 400 metres here at the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cooks Classic. Looks nice and even early on. 5 athletes, a few scratchings, well 6 athletes, there we go. And looks like running well on the outside is Fergus McClay. Troy Middleton also running really well. You can see the two of them staying pretty even on the stagger. On the inside, the decathlete Max Atwell wearing the colours of Christchurch Old Boys, and then Finn O'Sullivan right on the inside. But it looks like it might be a good battle here between James Ford and Fergus McClay. Fergus McClay having the lead onto the home straight. Let's see the strength of Max Atwell on the inside. This is going to be a good push for the line, but Fergus McClay holds on. Wonderful time. Everyone's going to be pretty close to breaking 50 seconds. Fergus McClay takes it. Max Atwell looked like he used that strength from the decathlon to come through for second, and then James Ford finishing up in third place. So impressive strength there from Fergus McClay. 48.42 for Fergus. Max Atwell 48.82. That's solid from Max. And James Ford 49.25. Aidan Porritt also dipped beneath 50 seconds, 49.82. And then Finn O'Sullivan 50.88. So we have another 400 metre race to go. This, well, we've actually got 2 more. So we've got B and C finals. So the high jump is now into round 2, and we'll try and catch more of that as we've got a handful of 400s to roll through, including a handicapped 400, which will be fascinating to see. And then to round off the night, as we can see, an amazing little sunset with the sun just poking through out towards the west. as the sun sets and the lights take hold of this ground here at Cook's Gardens. That if you've just joined us in the break in this evening's coverage, we had, there's the sunset. The team here capturing the shots beautifully as the sun just makes an appearance out there in the west for the first time today. It's been a wet start to the day. Most of the meet has been in predominantly dry conditions, but the rain has re-arrived. But great to see these beautiful scenes here at Cook's Gardens. So yeah, as I was saying earlier in the evening, we had a ceremony to present the World Athletics Heritage Plaque for the venue and to commemorate what Peter Snell did here 61 years ago, setting the mile record. And just to acknowledge this venue as the home of the mile. And we're going to carry on that tradition with the senior men, senior women, New Zealand mile champs still to come tonight. And there's the bar. It's up to 187. And we're still trying to get confirmation on who has left in this competition. It may be just so there's confirmation of those results of the 400 metre A race. We've still got a couple of the B and C 400 metre races to go. Now, in this next, and there's confirmation of Rosie Elliott's impressive 52.16, which is not a New Zealand record. Confirmation. The New Zealand record is 51.60. I thought for a moment it's 52.60. But it's a big PB for Rosie and certainly promising signs. Now in this 400 metre heat we have Kahurangi Cotterill, Michael Dawson. Is he running in this one? May have been a scratching. Braden Grant, Ethan Caldecass, Joe Berman and Seb Skelton. So that's your field in this event. The B final of the 400 metres here at the Cook's Classic. And there you can see Braden Grant running well, but Ethan Caldecass just coming onto his shoulder as they go onto the straight. Ethan Caldecass looking like he's going to run away with this. Michael, apologies, I think it's Joe Berman was finishing really strong. Sorry, I was calling some of the wrong names. My lane draws were getting mixed up. But good solid finish there from Ethan Caldecass.
Second place, getting out there again tonight, Portia Bing, 53.50 over Waitaki Club.
And here are the top three in that 400 metres.
Rosie Elliott, 52.16.
Now I was just looking up the all-time 400 metre list for New Zealanders. And Rosie Elliott was in fourth. She stays in fourth, but definitely moves up her campaign. So ahead of her, Kim Robertson with a 51.60. Monique Dell, otherwise known as Monique Williams, with a 51.88. And Jane Arnott with a 51.98. So there we have the end of the high jump. So Imogen Skelton, I believe, took that one out with the clearance at 1.82. So impressive jumping there from Imogen, not able to clear at 1.87, but still pretty impressive. So 182, that improves on her 181 from Wednesday night's jumps to music. Her personal best is 186, so hence why they were going for 187. So the high jump is done and dusted for the night. And we shift our focus to the remaining events. We have a couple more rounds in the Javelin and a couple more rounds in the men's long jump. But we've got a couple of these 400s to get through, and then it's the big two events, the Senior Women's and Senior Men's New Zealand Mile Championships. Van der Merwe enjoying the conditions here in Whanganui, which I've got to say have been pretty good. I drove down from Taranaki earlier today and it was windy on the way down, very, very windy, and so I was very surprised to turn up here to Whanganui and find it pretty calm, all things considered. Now we've got another 400-metre race about to go. And this one includes Callum O'Keefe in lane 3, James Hansen in lane 4, Sarevi Sauce in lane 5. And I might have the wrong start list. They're switching things up on us here. I believe this is Emily Fairclough in lane 1, Emma Osborne in lane 2, so this is a mixed one. Ethan Phillips is in lane 3, Caden Taylor in lane 4, Greg Austin in lane 5, David Hansen in lane 6, and Hayden Robinson in lane 7. Now running very strongly, I believe, is Ethan Phillips. No, it's Caden Taylor out there in lane 4, who has a big, strong lead from Waitakere. So he's going to storm home on this home straight to take this one out in this mixed 400-metre. Now, outside of him, David Hansen looking pretty good for second place. The 44-year-old, it's going to be well under 60 seconds. Emily Fairclough, good run from her too. Will be the first of the women home. And Emma Osborne looked like she ran about 60 seconds flat. But pretty impressive out the front, Caden Taylor. So 50.53 for Caden. Solid running from the 16-year-old. And David Hansen is given a 54.16, which is a 44-year-old. That is pretty fast. Greg Austin, the 19-year-old, is given 54.34, and Emily Fairclough with a 56.67. Pretty speedy from Emily. She would think that she could have had a place in that A final of the 400, which went out very, very quick. And there you can see our athletes getting ready for the Senior Women's Mile Champs. This is the big one. This is the first senior national title we'll hand out in 2023. So we've got another a B final, you might say, for the women's 400. It's good to see loads of 400s going tonight. As we have Bradley Bidwa with the javelin in hand. Unfortunately, we're not getting updates on distances and scores and standings in that javelin competition, but we will try and wrap that up before we finish up the coverage. Now, in this 400 metres, we have Shadell Bascara from Egmont Athletics. We've got Poppy Healy in lane 3 from Wellington Harriers. Shannon Geary is in lane 4 from Hastings. Kate Borton from North Harbour Bays is running in lane 5. Chantel McDonald in lane 6 from Papanui Tok H. Papanui. Ellen Schaaf from Palmerston North is in lane 7. And out there in lane 8 is Georgia Whiteman from North Harbour Bays. Now, running really well coming in off the bend in lane 5 is Kate Borton, looking nice and strong. Running with her is Chantel McDonald and Shannon Geary. Shannon Geary making a good strong finish in lane 4. Shannon Geary's going to roll on by and get the win. Wonderful finish there from Shannon Geary, and good finish as well out in lane 6 from Ellen Schaaf. So a lot of changes in the order of things in that final 100 metres, as most 400s often come down to that last 100 metres. It really is noticeable who was redlining it too early in the race, and also noticeable who's been putting in that speed endurance work, doing the 300s, doing the 400 reps. So Shannon Geary is given the win with a 58.05. Kate Borton, good strong finish from her with a 58.26. And Ellen Schaaf, she came storming down on the outside with a 59.26. 58.26, sorry. So very, very close for the top 3. In fact, Shannon Geary and... Oh, no, the results were saying that Shannon Geary and Kate Borton were given first equal, but they've been sorted out. Here's Van der Merwe on the Javelin, and welcoming back into the studio Rod Dixon just in time for the New Zealand Mile Champs, the senior women, almost ready to go.
And another great field, just... and I watched them warming up. See, they warm up really well, but I think they should keep their sweats on longer. Keep their legs warmer for longer. And the same with the men. I notice the officials tend to get them to take and then keep them standing around too long.
It is one of the tricky things when you come to these bigger meets. You know, if you're, say, a high school athlete and you're used to... you just do your warm-up and then you go to the start area. When at a bigger meet, you get ushered through into a waiting zone, and then and it can really play with that warm-up. So it's good at these sorts of events to learn how to adapt to those sorts of starting rules and being ushered all around the stadium.
Right. Well, I learned very quickly that in the old days of the tracksuits that they were very hard to get off. And so you would take them off early. But my mother, she said, why don't we put Velcro down and you just tear them off?
Brilliant.
And, of course, I did that. And suddenly Addie just said, oh, that's a good idea. And
everyone jumped on it.
Yeah.
So your mum was behind that whole fashion trend.
She was the fashionista.
There we go. I love that. It's a great story. So here we are with the senior women's 2023 mile champs. Now the lineup for this is Sarah Billings from Australia will run on the inside. Then we've got Tilly Hollier from Whippets, Amy Ferguson from Hamilton Hawks, Charlotte Flood-Smith-Ryan from North Harbour Bays, Anika Grogan from North Harbour Bays, Neve De Hora from North Harbour Bays as well, Rebecca Green, great to see her back from Melbourne. Representing Hill City, Bridget Dennehy from North Harbour, Georgia Griffith from Australia, Saskia Cosgrove-Drayton from Wellington Harriers, Jenny Hawke from Germany/New Zealand, and Holly Manning from Hastings Athletics. This is a good field. This is going to be fascinating to see how the Aussies line up against the Kiwis, and in particular Rebecca Green. She had a wonderful year last year, quietly going about her business over there in Melbourne. And I think a lot of athletes may be surprised to see the sort of form that she's in now that she's back in New Zealand. So here we go. The start is underway here in the New Zealand Senior Women's Mile Championships for 2023 here at Cook's Gardens.
And it's a very honest pace. They virtually got going very, very well from the start. And they're now single file down the back straight, but all looking pretty good.
Yeah, so as you say, single file there. I can see Becky Green keeping a close eye on proceedings, as well as Georgia Griffith from Aussie. Right up there as well, and Sarah Billings, the other Australian in this field, tucked in there, leading the pack at the moment. Jenny Hawke doing a great job, setting a good honest pace, and whenever you see a race stretched out like this single file, you know the pace is on, and we'll try and get a split as they go through 400 metres. So 107 at the 400 metres, so that would give them a time of around about 4:30, which is a real magic number for the women.
Good time. Got a little bit of separation there. And they, oops, we've got, okay, so I didn't realise there was a pace leader, and she's just pulled out at the 300 metre mark. She's just walking down there. So she was there to get the pace going. Okay, so I understand that now. So we've got 3, 2, and 2. So it's a bit of luck. Hopefully those girls will get back up again and form a little group. So there's strength in numbers.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's the two Australians, Georgia Griffith and Sarah Billings, leading with Becky Green, the Kiwi, just tucked in there. And then it's Holly Manning, who's just allowed that bungee cord just to stretch a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see if she's able to bridge that gap. Annika Grogan, who I believe is recently married, so congratulations to Annika, who's just tucked in there behind Holly Manning, just off your screen there. But it's the two Aussies leading Rebecca Green as they go through 800 metres in 2:17. So that was about a 70-second lap. So the pace just slowing a little into that second lap.
Good strong running at the front three. The separation for the 4, 5, 6, 7 is a little bit. They really need to work together. They need to be together. So we'll just see if number 4 can get up. But I think that gap's just a wee bit too far. The front three are really running nicely, very comfortable, good pace, good rhythm.
Yeah, so a few of those athletes like Holly Manning just finding herself, Annika Grogan just finding themselves isolated behind the top three, who look like they're running away with this race at the moment. Of course, it's a New Zealand champ, so still, even if you're not in that top three, there's two Aussies in that top three, so there will be medals. So Holly Manning sitting in that silver medal position, but we're focused on the front of the race as we come up towards the bell with 450 metres to run. Right at the front, Georgia Griffith, Sarah Billings, Rebecca Green, the Kiwi, right on the shoulder. 400 metres to go. What can we see in this final lap?
Yes, it's a very strong top band there. The three of there's nothing in it for those three. Very strong running, and when they get into that back straight, they'll start to get into a nice rhythm. And I think there's a little bit of a gap there coming. A little bit of gap, and that's very smart because she's gone with 300 metres to go.
Yeah, Georgia Griffith really putting on the pressure now. Sarah Billings struggling to stay with that. Rebecca Green, the Kiwis, right there on the shoulder of Sarah Billings, but Georgia Griffith really showing that change of pace that she's got. Turns up to another gear after all the leading she's done, and here she comes into the home straight. Have the other two got an answer? Can Georgia hold on for this last 80 metres? She does. She moves to another gear. She pumps the arms even more. She drives the legs on to win here at the Cook's Gardens. It's going to be a fantastic time. 4:30. Sarah Billings comes through for second, and our national champion will be Rebecca Green. Here comes Holly Manning. She's crossing the line in second place, and it's a big finish for third place just off your cameras. It'll be fascinating to see how the mining placings sort themselves out, because a lot of drama happened further down in the field. Wow, what an absolute storming finish from Georgia Griffith, the Aussie, really pulling away from the field in that final 300 metres. Rod Dixon.
She looked strong. I liked it. She made her first move at 300. She made another move at 200. And then she knew by the home straight that she just had to hold momentum, and she did. And she she wasn't accelerating, but she wasn't slowing down. So she held her form and held her rhythm. A very impressive 4:30.
Now that takes a lot of experience, because one of the tendencies, particularly for a younger athlete, is to go from that sort of 1500 metre pace to suddenly kick and start sprinting, and you can run out of legs at some stage. But it really looked like she just had this constant acceleration of a very, very confident, poised kick, and we're going to get a good look at that as she came off the bend, and you can see that wonderful technique there, staying nice and strong, and she wasn't slowing up at all.
Good rhythm, very strong, very impressive.
So well worth the trip across the Tasman to take out that, and then her compatriot finishing in second. And Rebecca Green, she may have looked a little bit disappointed to cross the line in third, but this is going to be a big national title for her. Of course, the Aussies not eligible for New Zealand titles, so the results are coming through, and Georgia Griffith is given the win. 4:30.27, just to tick over that magic 4:30 barrier. Sarah Billings 4:32.30, Rebecca Green with the 4:32.92. Here's the results coming on your screens now. So Holly Manning confirmed in the silver medal position, and then it was Tilly Hollier who came through, storming last 400 to overtake Annika Grogan. She had to make up a lot of ground, and so she'll be your bronze medalist. So great running all around to have that many women running sub 5 minutes. Very impressive from those women. And if you're watching at home, the mile is a great event. And Rod, let's talk about the mile being this amazing meeting ground between speed and endurance. It really is the perfect balance of the two.
It really is, and you know, so we would find in Europe running when the mile was being run, and it became more and more popular with a lot of the runners, and a lot of the meet directors put the mile on because of its attraction, and of course one or two times even Roger Bannister came to it, and that was a huge boost to that thing. But certainly, yeah, the 800 metre runners could come up, and it was more the 3,000 metre runners coming down. The 5,000 were just a little bit out of sync at those.
They would lose touch in the last lap. Yeah. I was one of those who would lose touch in the last lap, but always felt good to do not only the racing, because you generally recover pretty quickly from a mile race, but the training is very enjoyable as well. You still do the long runs, not as long as, say, a marathon,
right?
But there's plenty of speed work on the track.
Yes, that's what I found, because I really got my speed from strength, whereas John Walker got his strength from speed.
Right.
And so we came to the mile race from different angles or different parts, and it was just amazing that if we ran 1 miles in a week, I would be closer to John on the second and the third one. If he had more time to recover, John was always at 10, 15 yards ahead of me. So that was pretty. That was something that we knew and we understood. And then John started to do a little bit more over distance training with me, but I still couldn't go on the track and do some of his very lightning 200s or 400s. I had to keep away from that because it took me a long time to recover from that speed. So I would go in and do a 400 every third one with him at his pace, but I could not do every one. And then John found that he couldn't come out for that 2-hour run with me. So it was a very interesting journey.
And was that one of the motivating factors to move up in distance? Because when we talk about runners having range, you're sort of if you looked up in the dictionary, runner with range, your photo's in there, ability to perform brilliantly in the mile 1500, but also you took out the New York Marathon.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, it was just interesting because looking at the dedication tonight, the board, and when you saw Bill Bailey and Murray Hilberg, and we also too remember that in 1960 Barry McGee won the bronze medal in the marathon, and yet he was on the New Zealand 4x1 mile relay world record team.
Amazing.
And so I grew up thinking, oh, you can do all these things, you can do all these distances, and then so I kind of emulated what they were doing. And the next thing is, of course, I'm running world record, close to world record times. And people said, where did you get all this from? And I go, well, that's our heritage.
Yeah,
so it was just
brilliant.
Interesting to be able to bring that in. But
We follow in the footsteps of legends,
Yes.
that's for sure, in New Zealand. So we need to run through the start list for the senior men's mile champs, because it's a big old start list, 22 athletes. We have Callum Davies, Jack Payne, James Hercules, Callum Stewart, Ben Bidwar, Connor Melton, Liam Jones, Ronan Lee, Russell Green, Jude Thompson, Carson Vesti, Tom Mulai, Mason Waterworth, Christian Duval, Noah McDermott, Eric Speakman, Darian Sorori, Sam Tanner, James Erlenberg, James Preston, Max Karamanolis, and William Johnston. What a field.
Wow.
One of those names that stands out to me is Sam Tanner. So as they get underway here
Incredible.
at the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cooks Classic, this is the New Zealand Senior Men's Mile Champs. And as I mentioned, Sam Tanner, he's wearing the green and blue of Tauranga. 3:31 last year in the 1500 metre
very impressive.
final.
Probably the happiest seventh place finisher of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. He was absolutely stoked for this performance, and that was one of the Commonwealth Games finals of all time, wasn't it? That lineup.
Now looking, this is a big field. Looks like a 5,000 metre field.
Absolutely.
It's incredible. And I would say they're well behaved. They're doing it well. They're not jostling. They're not trying to push one another. But the pace has once again stretched them out. It's just incredible how quickly. But of course, Sam Tanner, they're in number 4. Eric Speakman, number 2. So those guys know to get up there and be in the front. They need to be in front. I'm thinking the guy in front is the pace runner, and he's trying to get even pace. And I didn't get that first lap.
Yeah, I missed it as well. Too excited, actually.
Exactly.
So hopefully someone at home caught that split. But they go through with James Hercules with the lead, really setting a good, strong pace. It's all single file action. Then it's Eric Speakman. And we've got another Aussie, the 20-year-old Jude Thomas, who's sitting in second place now as James just steps off. And then it is Sam Tanner, our 3:31 man. He has broken 4 minutes for the mile before on this track already. I'm sure he's come here to do that as well. And another name behind him, another James Preston, wearing the Wellington Scottish singlet, just sitting there and wearing number 324, looking pretty strong as well, better known as an 800 metre runner, of course.
Yes, well, I'm looking now that those top 6 runners, that's the potential for them to run a sub-4 minute mile. I'm not sure whether we're going to get 6 of them, but they are certainly very, very aware that they need to be on that pace if they got a chance of doing it. There can't be any gaps from this point on. They're right on pace. They're right on the rhythm of doing it. And if they want to run faster, just keep an eye on Sam and go with Sam, because he's got a great tactical running sense. And so now we've got Speakman and then
Sam's just moved into second place, and along with the Australian as well, Callum Davies, he's just moving around as well. So Sam Tanner now moving up towards the front of the race as they come to get the bell. Eric Speakman just going wide to let Sam through on the bell. What have we got? Everyone's going through a tick under 3 minutes. This could be on for a lot of boys going sub 4 minutes. We've got Carson Vesti just on the back of that pack as Eric Speakman just starts to fall off there. James Preston is right there as well. So Callum Davies, the Aussie, Jude Thomas, the Australian. Sam Tanner is moving away now from the pack. Callum Davies is trying to go with him. James Preston is still looking strong as well. Can he go sub 4 minutes for the mile today? But look at Sam Tanner. He's opening up those wheels that we know he's had. Look at this technique in the rain here in Whanganui on Cook's Gardens, this famous track for the mile where Peter Snell set the world record 61 years ago. Here comes Sam Tanner pulling away. He's going to be your national mile champion. What a finish from Sam. What a time. In second place, Callum Davies. And can James Preston dip below 4? He does. Woo! Callum Davies in second, Jude Thomas in third, James Preston in fourth with what looked to me like a sub 4 minute mile. Rod Dixon, talk to me about Sam Tanner.
Very, very impressive. He just sat there. He knew what he had to do. He has a sense of what to do, where to be, how to go. And when he, with that 250 to go, he just had another gear, and just was running away with it. So if we got that time here, it looked like about a 54. Was it 354?
354.56. Callum Davies 356. Jude Thomas 358. James Preston 359.44. We saw his smile on his face. Now, what does that feel like the first time when you get the announcer reading out?
Yeah, well, that's pretty impressive. I mean, I would, if I just interrupt that, I ran 4 minutes 00.1.
Oh my goodness!
And I had to live with that for nearly 12 months. So when I went under that it was just unbelievable.
Wow!
It's just something, and you just sort of feel that was the banister. That, you know, how we all saw it, and I talked to runners all over the world, even in today's world, and when they break the 4 minute mile, they give Roger Bannister the respect and honour, and then of course, just very shortly after, John Landy from Australia, he went and set the world record. So it was just incredible. That history wonderfully sits with these runners. Very impressed.
And here we see the medalists in the New Zealand Senior Women's Mile Champs. Rebecca Green, back home in Aotearoa. She will take the gold medal. And Rod Dixon, thank you so much for bringing those comments and that expert analysis. Wonderful to have an absolute legend of running across all distances, and brilliant to have that heritage here. The runners of yesteryear and the runners of right now as well. And here we have those place getters in the women's mile championships. So the two Aussies taking out first and second in the race. And then in terms of the New Zealand champs, Becky Green taking out the win. And there is a very happy looking Sam Tanner. And I'm sure James Preston, who is gone up to number 3 all-time in the New Zealand 800 metre ranks, has now become another New Zealand sub 4 minute miler. And Becky Green getting the cap.
And first place, our winner, Georgia Griffith of the JVS St. Gallen.
So that's going out to the top 3.
Thank you, Lucy, for your work.
So presented by Lucy Oliver. There she is, jumping in the picture, and so she should be represented New Zealand in the 1500 metres. NCA indoor mile champ, I believe, unless it was her sister Holly. I'm pretty sure Lucy was the indoor mile college champ in the States. And there he is, Peter Snell, the legend, was raised just up the road in Opanaki, and then came back here a few years later to set the world mile record. And what are we going to see from Sam Tanner over the next few years? What are we going to see from him this year? It looks like 2023 is off to a cracking start with a 354 mile. Impressive scenes. Now we can confirm the placings for the Javelin, so I'll quickly run through the top three. It was taken out by the Frenchman Felice Vahey-Sosaya in 64.55, and then Doe Bota, great performance from Doe, getting up for second in 58.06, and then Jared Neighbours 56.49. I'm not sure if Doe is throwing the junior implement or the senior, so we'll need to confirm those in the final results. But the Javelin is concluded, the mile is concluded, and ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of the 2023 Pak'N'Save Cooks Classic. My name is Hayden Sherman. It's been absolutely wonderful to bring you the coverage here of the Cooks Classic in Whanganui at the Cooks Gardens, which has today been awarded the World Athletics Heritage Plaque to commemorate how special this venue is. And tonight we've seen more memories made in the mile, in the sprints, in the jumps and the throws. And there we have the results. And look at that, you know, scrolling down to Christian Duval, the junior athlete coming through the 4:06. Fantastic times across the board for athletes, breaking 4 minutes for the mile. And we'll jump back to that first page and confirm those 4 athletes. So the 2 Aussies, brilliant runs from them. Callum Davies 3:56, Jude Thomas 3:58, James Preston under 4 minutes for the first time. Eric Speakman 4:03. He did a bit of work early on. Look at that from Carson Vesti, the 17-year-old, 4:04. Big things to come from Carson. Great run from Jack Payne 4:05. William Johnston 4:06. All these names, we need to keep an eye on them. But the night in the men's mile belongs to Sam Tanner, who has started his year the way he would have wanted to. Look at that, all smiles. Everyone is pretty happy about this as they go up to collect their medals and awards. Great to have the Aussie boys over for this meet. And so, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for tuning in. Next stop on the Athletics Road Show around New Zealand, we head to the Capital Classic, so stay tuned for coverage of that. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. We will catch you at the next one. Ka kite anō.